it's my 4-month sub anniversary. We haven't seen you since last year.
2026. I haven't seen you since last year. Ah! I haven't caught pals for so long. I missed you so much. Ah! Oh, I caught that one. Okay, I'm expecting at least 7 minutes, so please make sure that I'm working out my arms appropriately. Please throw more pals. More pals. Ooh, nom, nom, nom. Ooh, I can't eat the pals. I'm gonna simultaneously eat the sticky hearts and also catch the pals. Oh, sorry, I got too excited. Welcome back, sweethearts. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you. Happy Year to you. Oh my God.
6 months with Tao. Let's freaking go you.
Thank you so much. You guys, thank you for the I promise I will thank you all individually. Please, just give me a few more minutes. I gotta catch all the pals. All the pals. We've had a terrible delay on pal attacks. Also, I got a little pal. Also, I would love to know, what do you guys think of a new mic? Do you hear a difference? Do you hear a difference? I hear a difference because I hear it in my ears now. I also got my Rogue Streamer X, Rogue Streamer X, as well as the interface. Thank you so much. Holy fuck. Oh my God, look at them. They're so cute. Hi, my darlings. Welcome in. Welcome in. I have missed you so much. I have missed being able to...
What do you like about corn?
It's good. A good knows it has to do.
Thank you for my song! Very much appreciated! Lovely Laura! Oh, thank you for the contact! Welcome back, my precious, precious darling! How are you all doing? I hope
I would go for your butt,
for you.
probably.
I would go for your butt. Definitely. Sweetest shrimp. Most definitely. Absolutely. Cute butt. Thank you so much for starting us off with a level 5 fucking hype train. Are you joking? First stream of 2026, and we are on a hype train. Thank you so much, cuties. I really do appreciate it. That is absolutely incredible. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Okay, now I gotta rewind. Okay, hold on. I gotta scroll to the very tippy top. And then I gotta say thank you to everybody who has subbed and resubbed and all of the pal attacks. I will not be able to do that in one breath this time. I guarantee it. I'll try, but I won't be able to do it. Let me see here. Okay, we've got Joyous Jet. Thank you so very much for the resub. I can't believe it's a 4-month sub-anniversary. Thank you so much, sweetie. I really appreciate your support. Thank you for your generosity and support, Swedish Shadow. I haven't seen you since last year either, sweetie. It's such a pleasure to have you back, though. Thank you for being here, and thank you so much for our sub babies, dude. Swedish Shadow, thank you so very much for your very incredibly...
Welcome back to my home slice bread slice. It's been too long. I have not seen you since last year.
I know. I haven't seen you since last year either, Nix, my toast last jam slice. Thank you so much, Swedish Shadow. Also, Shadow out here with the 75 stream streak. 75 stream streak. Thank you so much for the 75 stream streak, sweetheart. That's amazing, Shadow. Thank you ever so much. Absolutely incredible. And Ozzy, awesome Ozzy. Thank you so very much for gifting that sub to the lovely Nix. Nix, I saw that your subby expired today. I'm so happy you have another month with that. And at least a whole nother week of like 6 days of streaming where I'm just gonna be talking a lot and we're gonna be hanging out and having a great old time. And you will not be interrupted by ads at all for that entire week. Magnifique. Thank you guys so much for the hype train. Yucky! Thank you so much for the 100 biddies, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Thank you for the pal attack, Swedish Shadow, Cutie Kata, awesome Ozzy, dearest Nix, Because Like Jam Slice, Cutie Kata, and the Sticky Hearts, awesome Ozzy, the pal attack, dearest Dustin, lovely Lyra, Cutie Kata, Precious Perry, Cutie Kata, awesome Ozzy, dearest Dustin, wonderful Lyra, Cutie Kata, awesome Ozzy, Yeah, I was not gonna be able to do that. I did not have any hope for that. Awesome Ozzy, sweetest Sir Jazzy, lovely Lyra, sweetest Sir Jazzy again. Sweetest Sir Jazzy again. Oh, and again, and again. Ah! Lovely Lyra, thank you for my pal hat. Thank you, thank you. And of course, amazing Yuki with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much for the very generous 10 gifted, sweetie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity and kindness, Yuki. It means the world. Thank you, thank you. And Cutie Kata, thank you so very much for the 6 months with me. Thank you for 6 months of subby. Woohoo! Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It makes me so happy to know that you are so enjoying the stream and my company and our time together. Thank you for the pallet jack, sweetest Sir Jazzy, sweetest Sir Jazzy, sweetest Sir Jazzy. The yay from Sweet Shadow, sweetest Sir Jazzy with another pallet jack, more pals! Thank you for the pallet tag again! Precious Dustin, thank you for the pallet tag. Sweetest Sir Jazzy again with the pallet tag. Radical Red with the pallet tag. A lovely Lyra pallet tag. Sweetest Sir Jazzy with pallet tag. Lovely Lyra pallet tag. Joyous Chet. Pallet tag. Thank you so much! Awesome Ozzy. Oh! Oh, wait, okay. I was so sure I was gonna catch some of those. Fuck! I was so sure of it. Awesome Ozzy, thank you so much for the 1,500 bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Big pieces of candy. Whole entire, whole entire, candy bars. Candy bars, family size candy bar. Thank you so much. Awesome Ozzy, I appreciate it. Lovely Lyra, thank you so much for the corn song. And Cutie Cyber, welcome in, lovely Cyber. How are you? Thank you so much for the pallet tack, lovely Lyra, for the pallet tack as well. Radical Radish, welcome in. Thank you for the pallet tack. And thank you for the pallet tack, UK. I appreciate it. And lovely Lyra, thank you also for the pallet tack. How's everybody doing, sweethearts? I'm also very curious, along with my other 75 questions I have like sprinkled upon you. Hold on, it's so fucking hot in here. I have a little Ryobi. Great, it's not great. I'm so glad that it's not picking up on the mic. I have a little Ryobi battery-powered fan because it's fucking balls hot in here, man. Oh, I hate summer.
Welcome the heck back to not only Twitch, but to this funny-looking rock next to New Zealand we call home.
I like this funny-looking rock next to New Zealand. We love this funny-looking rock, don't we? It's so good. It's good. Good value. Thank you guys so much for the level 5 hype train. I really appreciate that. It's fucking outstanding. We just got back and you guys are fucking thank you. Thank you so much. And also, thank you so much again, you guys. Yeah, let me know how the new mic is. I need to get used to not hitting it and also having it like truly right next to my mouth. I've got it upside down now, and I'm hoping that'll help. But you'll have to let me know if you're getting too much mouth sounds or something. We'll have to fuck around with the mic, the filters rather. Okay, let's see here. So, let me scroll up and say hello, sweetest Strat. Welcome in, my dear. How are you? Awesome Ozzy, welcome in. Thank you all for being here even before stream started. Sweetest Sir Jeffrey. Star Jeffrey, I can't read. Sorry. Also Vash, Valiant Vash came in. Thank you so much. I just so you know, I can't scroll all the way up, so I'm not completely sure of everybody who came in. But I really appreciate all of you who came in even before stream started, and of course I appreciate all of you clicking on that lovely little notification button. Thank you so much. And Sam! Hi there, sweetest Sam! How are you? It's so good to see you, darling. Welcome, welcome! How are things going? I am messaging you back, just drinking coffee and doing the wake-up routine of Neopets and emails. That sounds great, hun. I hope that you are enjoying it very much. I am very happy to have you reply whenever it's convenient for you. There is never a rush. Amazing Alex! Welcome in, sweetie pie. How are you doing? It is such a pleasure to welcome you in. How are you? How are you? Happy New Year to you as well. How was your New Year? Does anyone have any resolutions? I know that that's kind of like a pretty unpopular thing these days, but if you don't want to call it resolution, that's fine. Do you guys have like hopes, dreams, goals for accomplishment in 2026? I'm very curious. Please let me know. Please let me know. Awesome, Ozzy! I cannot believe how many, that's gotta be a record of pal attacks. Did you guys miss that? Well, I was gone. Being able to pal attack me. Do you see all the new redeems that are not actually new? They're just, they haven't been around for a whole month. Let's see, Precious Pally! Thank you so much for contributing to the Storytelling Stream Challenge, darling. I appreciate that. Thank you again, Jet, for the resub as well. Let me see. Dearest Dustin, welcome in, sweetie pie. Welcome back to me. Welcome back to you. Thank you so much for coming back to me. I missed you guys so much. Thank you for being here, hon.
Mama Tao, can I have a hug? I missed you.
Come here, you.
Here's your hug. Good hug. Yay. Here you go. Hello, Side of Storm. Welcome in. I missed you too. How are you doing? Welcome. Thanks so much for making the time to come on in. Thank you so much for contributing to the new mic as well. I very much appreciate it. What does everyone think? What does everyone think? It's okay if you tell me that it doesn't sound too different from the other one, because I've left on all of the filters that I have for my USB one to make it sound a bit better. It's just that this one is going to sound really good when I'm doing voice acting recording for like raw audio. And I'm really fucking excited. I'm gonna keep you guys updated on all the projects I get involved in, assuming I'm allowed. Joyous Jimmy, welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's a pleasure to see you. Welcome. Also, Swedish Shadow, thank you once again for the resub. I appreciate that enormously. And for the 75 stream streak. Absolutely, indescribably impressive. Thank you so much. Next, welcome in, Eugene. Hi there, excellent Eugene. Welcome in. It's so good to see you, sweetie pie. Welcome. Ozzy, that's so sweet of you. Thank you ever so much for gifting that to the lovely Nicks. I know that they appreciate it. That's so kind. Thank you, lovely. Thank you for being a pal. Truly being a pal. Let's see. Scroll. Yuki! Hi, sweetie pie. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I really appreciate it. Rah, darling, indeed. We do still have all of our fun little words. If anybody needs a refresher of what you can activate just by putting exclamation point in front of it, you got exclamation point bye-bye. Yep, you got dollary dues, which is exclamation
Happy New Year's,
point
everyone.
money.
How has everyone's December been?
Happy New Year's to you, Gorgeous Gundam. My my December was busy. You may have noticed I was quite busy. But that's not unusual for me, right? How was your December, hun? Yippee! That's how we got yippee, we got meep, we got hello! Just so you know, if you want the hello, you gotta do 3 O's at the end. Yummy! Yummy is also true. We also got fuck, but that's F-U-K, not F-U-C-K. So exclamation point F-U-K will get ya. We got yippee, which we've heard. We got raw, which we've heard. Oh, fuck is right. We got yucky and we got yummy. So, feel free to just use those to your heart's content. Hello. Okay, we got mum voice now. You'll have to tell me what you think of mum voice with this new microphone. I hope that you enjoy it just as much as you did previously. All right, Red, welcome in, sweetheart. It is a pleasure to see you. Welcome. How are things going for you, my dear? And lovely Lyra, welcome in. It is a pleasure to see you as well. How have you been, sweetheart? Oh, hello there, sweetest Solar. Welcome. Thank you so much for making the time to come on in. Much appreciated. They are definitely sticking today. The hearts? Yes, they definitely are. And I ate them all. Yuki, darling, thank you so very much once more for the 10 gifted subs. I really do appreciate it. That is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for such extraordinary support. It means the world. It really does. Thank you so much, sweetie pie. Oh, I think you may actually get some better purrs out of this microphone as well. Cutie Kata, thank you so much for the 6-month subby, much appreciated. And Anime, hello there, amazing anime gamer, welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? Welcome. Let's see. Sorry, we may have more of me smashing my head into the microphone. I'm gonna really work on not doing that because this is a very, it's very delicate. see. Aussie, thank you once again for the 1,500 bits. Much appreciated. Absolutely outstanding. Incredible. Thank you so very much for your generosity and support. And it sounds pretty much... Do you like the mic, Yuki? I'm happy to hear that. Excellent. It sounds a bit better than the old one and definitely better than the travel mic. Yes, I am happy to hear that. Excellent. That's what I want to hear. I'm back to being semi-professional at streaming because I have my setup back. I cannot describe to you guys how long I just sat in this wonderful chair. It's Storm funded. Thank you so much, Storm. When I got home and I was like, thank God. I cannot, my ass cannot handle the discomfort, the atrocious, torturous discomfort of where I was previously sitting. Let's see, we both changed mics. Oh, very nice, Cutie Cattle. What kind of a mic do you have now? And I'm glad you're doing well, Anime. I can hear the difference in the mic. It is even better now. I can hear you sing better. Oh, Nix, you're so sweet, honey. Thank you so much. That is so lovely of you. I'm glad that you like it. Not gonna lie, I'm doing pretty amazing today. Ram, thank you so much for the power tech. Sorry, I forgot that my other hand was like nailed to my hip. How are you doing, Radical Ram? Welcome in, sweetheart. Welcome in. How are you doing? How are you doing? How's your January started off? And thank you so much for my little pow hat. Thank you so much, Valiant Bash. Much appreciated. Mike sounds amazing. Oh, incredible. That's what I want to hear. Oh, except I keep on smacking it with my fucking headphones. Hold on. I wonder if I can... 1 second. Let me just undo this real quick. Hold on. I hope this doesn't burst your eardrums. Bear with me. We're learning together. That's what we like, right? We like to learn together. Okay, maybe there, maybe there. All right, we're gonna try that. Thank you so much for the care package, Radical Ram. Much appreciated, sweetie pie. Oh. Yummy! Oh, sorry. Yummy. Thank you for the delicious water. Oh, shit, Storm. Oh my gosh, and Vash, how did I miss these? I'm so sorry. Vash, darling, thank you so much for the 145 stream streak. Absolutely incredible. Look at that dedication. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I'm so happy that you enjoyed your time here so much, Vash. I'm so sorry we haven't gotten to play much Monster Hunter recently, but I'm so glad that you've enjoyed the community so much that you wanted to stick around. Thank you, thank you. And of course, sweetest Storm out here with the 370 stream streak. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you so much, sweetest Storm. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for lounging about, keeping the air moist for me. It's a reference to your weather pattern. Anyway, let's see. I can't stay, but I'm so glad you like the new mic. Missing Yen, sending good vibes. Yes, thank you so much, Tassie, for like just out of fucking nowhere. Thank you for just funding that. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tassie. Am I good to go back to my normal voice yet? Oh, not yet. Okay, now I am. All right. Miss ya and sending good vibes. Best wishes all round and excited to see the VOD later. Welcome back, Tao. Welcome back, Joyous Jazzy. I hope we will have the privilege of your company in the not too distant future. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetheart. It means the world. Even if you can just come in and say hi, you know we love it. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for helping out with this wonderful mic. You can't see anything, but I'm petting it gently, tenderly. Have a wonderful day, sweetheart, and welcome back to you as well. I'm glad you're doing well, sweet Store Jeffrey and lovely Lyra. That is fantastic. All of my precious pals better be doing well, or else I'm gonna beat up the people who are not making you do well. So, ow, fuck, I keep on doing that. Hold on, I gotta figure this out. We will get there. I'm just a little bit inept. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, maybe that'll do it. Okay. Nix, welcome back, sweetie pie. Welcome. It feels way too long. I agree. I'm so happy I'm back. I get to gesture, and you get to see my expressions, and it was so impossible to not, like, express things and count things and go, you know, with my PNG. Guess what I'm doing right now? No, I'm not making the slop. your beautiful Bublin! Sweetie Pie, thank you so much for the 370 stream streak as well. Absolutely amazing. You and Storm are neck and neck. Look at you guys go. Thank you so much, Sweetie Pie. 370. There we go. Sorry, my hands were not working. Howdy there, Tao. How are you? Happy late New Year's. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well. I am doing well too. Welcome back. I'm so happy to be here with you guys. I've just missed you so fucking much. I'm gonna give a little scratch to my little pal on my head. Boop, 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 boop. I've missed you guys so much. I'm so excited to have a whole 6 days with you. We're gonna do some really fun stuff. Actually, we are gonna run through the, I would go for your butt, probably. I would go for your butt, definitely, oh, right, I also want to let you guys know, for those of you who prefer, here's a big announcement. Wait, do I have reverb? For those of you who prefer to watch on YouTube, we are live. Hello, YouTube. There's no one there right now. But if you prefer to watch there, it is open. Guess who figured it out? Unfortunately, Internet Edge, Explorer Edge, whatever it's fucking called, that figured it out, and it doesn't work on any of my preferred things, but... Vash is picking a redeem. All right, Sweetie Pie, let me go turn that on for you. You got a week of it. Oh, I see what you're doing here. That's very sneaky. That's very sneaky.
2.5-ish years TauTass heart TauTass relag G of Kirby, wow.
I can't believe it! 2.5 years of subby! And we've been friends. This actually is a good way to keep track of how long we've been friends, I think, right? Because we've been friends for like 33 months or something? Strat, you're here. Oh, and hello there, Lil Ruthless. Ruthless, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were there. You didn't say anything, so I was like, oh, there's nobody there. Ruthless, welcome in over on YouTube. Strat, welcome in over on YouTube as well. Hello, how are you doing, Ruthless? I hope you have a very happy new year. Also, Eon, thank you so very much for the resub. I can't believe it. Thank you so much for 2.5-ish years. I really appreciate it. Thank you, darling. You are such a wonderful person and a wonderful friend, and I really appreciate your amazing generosity and support in everything that you do. Thank you for house sitting as well. We love you so much for house sitting. Thank you so much as well. Oh, right. Sorry, I gotta get back into the train of like multitasking on like 17 things. So okay, I've done okay, now we gotta put the where is it? That is it. The Tau redeem. That's right. That's what we gotta do. Okay, that's on, baby. Thank you very much for the redeem, Bass. I appreciate it. Let's see. Thank you, gorgeous Yuki. Yay, Ozzy. Hi, Ozzy, over on the YouTubes. I think also does watching live streams on YouTube assist with the watch time? Surely. That is also effective. Is that right, Strat? Strat is the IT professional here. He keeps track of everything. Thank you for the lurk, Joyce Jazzy, much appreciated. Lovely lady. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? It's great to see you. We got everything stays redeem from Beautiful Bublin. Okay, that'll be the very first song that we sing. Oh, also, I think I just I turned off the reverb properly. Okay, great. I will get to that as soon as we get to it in the chat, if that's okay, sweetheart. Bish, Tao, you are amazing and adorable and so fun to hang out with. Thank you so much. I feel the same way about all my precious pals. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate it. That's very kind. I'm pretty bummed I can't set my PFP on here as your chibi art that you made me. Wait, why can't you? That's silly. Why not? Why won't it let you? Outstanding Othendo! How are you? It's so good to see you, sweetheart. Welcome, welcome. Happy New Year. How are you doing? Welcome. Thanks for being here. Joyous Jet, thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream. And I missed you too, Cutie Otendo. Thank you so much for coming in and visiting us. Let's see. 1 second. I'm gonna just try and mess this up. Sorry, that's probably the most annoying sound. I'm just. There is no need for that, Tao. got that thermal shock of hopping from the US back to Oz. Well, it's kind of funny, right? Because I was in the Southwest, nowhere I went did it get below, for Americans, did it get below about 65 Fahrenheit. So coming back out here, and it's like 75 Fahrenheit, it really didn't feel all that much different. Quite good, Tap. Parents love the crystals I got them. Let's go, sweetie Nix. I bet they did. I bet they did. That's awesome, sweetheart. What did you get? Did you get anything that you really liked? I keep forgetting that it's summer for you. I always associate this time of year with winter. Strat, we're not the only one. I also associate this time of year with winter, and it doesn't make sense in my brain, even after 6 years, that it's hot. Why is it hot? I am so confused. And what also kind of fucks me up is that in Japan, it's actually winter. It's quite cold there. But we are also only on a 1 hour time difference with Japan. And it's fucking hot here. It doesn't make any sense. I understand. Listen, I know how longitude and latitude works. I get how the international dateline works. But it doesn't make sense in my head. It's not just a boulder. It's a rock. It's a nice rock. What were we talking about there? The mic sounds good to me. Amazing. I'm happy to hear that, Strat. Thank you so much. Oh, it's too many pixels. Oh, I'll make it smaller for you, sweetie pie. Just remind me, okay? Let's see. I can't lizard so high, Tao. Wait, is Tangia not working? Or can you not, like, it's fine if you, like, I just want to make sure that, is it not working? Is Tangia not working? Also, awesome Aussie! First uppies of the year! Uppies for Aussie? Yay, good Aussie! Welcome back, Tao. I shall be lurking as I may have messed up. Gotta be at work in 10 hours, but I woke up 2 hours ago! Oops. And can't get back to sleep. I really tried to stay awake during the day to sleep at night. Oh, Cyber, I'm so sorry, hun. That sucks! Oh, man, that really blows. I'm really sorry that you're having so much trouble sleeping, but yes, please lurk as needed. If you want to go to sleep, please go to sleep. Thank you so much for being here and saying hi, though, sweetie. Don't really have a goal for the new year. Okay, fair enough, Shadow, fair enough. I don't know how many were in there. The pal attacks, I can probably count. This is the beginning of stream. We have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41! 41 pal attacks since the start of stream, you guys. That's bananas. Okay, you gotta keep that in mind. 41 pal attacks is the number to beat if you wanna make a world record of pal attacks. Keep that in mind. I do have something that is a 2026 goal, but I'd rather not post about it right now, as maybe against the pouch rules. Oh, fair enough, sweetest Storm. Well, whatever it is, I really do hope that it goes great for you. And of course, if I can help in any way, let me know. Thank you for the care package, Precious Patricia. Welcome in, sweetie pie. Happy New Year. Thank you so much for the care package. Oh, fuck. Gotta stop running into this. Thank you so much, honey. I do. I got New Year resolutions. I want to bulk up and get a nice ripped body. Nice. Also to learn more social skills and improve art. Altendo, this is very admirable of you. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope that you are successful in everything you're setting out for. And we will be doing some exercise on this channel. In February, there is a week I am taking off, and we're gonna do some exercise together. I hope you're excited. I do have something, sorry, I read that one. I have a simple New Year's resolution to deep clean everything. Okay, that's a good resolution, lovely. Lovely Nix, that sounds really good. What are you gonna start with, is the question. I guess the goal would be either to get back into drawing or learn Blender, or both. I believe in you. Perry, you got this. I believe in you wholeheartedly. I cannot wait to see, hopefully you'll share your art with us, whether it's 2D or 3D, we would love to see it. Let me see, I shall note the record number. Thank you, Strat. Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Me? Oh, I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
It's corn! A good mom didn't have to do. I can't imagine a more beautiful thing.
Thank you for my song, sweetest storm. Much appreciated. Ooh. Oh, sorry, I blocked my face tracking with my hand. I swear I ate some of them though. I got some of them in there. Oh, maybe toss music production in there. Perry, that'd be sick. I would love to see some of listen to some of your music production. That'd be amazing. Let me see. Dante! Hi there, dearest Dante. Welcome in. I have not seen you in forever. It is a pleasure to have you, though. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? How is 2026 treating you at the moment? Right up front. And hi there, joyous Jimmy. It is so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Definitely sounds less background echoey. Interesting. Okay, very good. Awesome. I'm happy to hear that. Does your mic have a boom arm on by any chance? If not, would you plan to get one as time goes on? Yes, I do have a mic arm. It is attached to my desk. And my mic is upside down. Gotta make sure this actually isn't tight. Okay, it's good. Yeah, it's upside down, and I actually, maybe if I raise this a little bit. I'm just gonna be fucking around with this for the next week. That's what the next 6 days are, is just me fucking around with my microphone. I don't have any personal goal, but I do have certain milestones I want to reach for the channel. Thank you so much, Strad. I appreciate it. I have the same goal as I have had since I first started streaming, which is to get partner and quit my shitty IRL job. I only want to quit one job because, believe it or not, the other jobs are all mine. I chose to do those. The other one that I hate, the travel agency, is it is wearing thin on my nerve. I don't want to do it anymore. Let's see. Goals, yes. Get more driving practice and potentially get my license. Get my writing published. Be more active in the local LGBT community, both in a social sense and also in a volunteering/activism sense. Get electrolysis done and complete the Eorzea 365 screenshot challenge. I saw that you were doing the 365 screenshot challenge, Lyra. I can't wait to see it. So far, it's beautiful. Feel free to keep on posting every day in the Final Fantasy thread. And best of luck with your writing and getting more involved and getting the electrolysis done. Like, totally. Full disclosure, I actually also have gotten laser hair removal done because with my very thick, dark hair, it's like a pain in the ass to shave every like 3 fucking days. So I got it done and now I never shave and it's great. So yes, you will love it. It's magnificent.
Hello, motherfuckers.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Radical Ragnar. Welcome in. Let's see. I have my boom arm set to hang above the monitors, aiming down at me so it is in the way. That's a very interesting solution. I can't do that because it'll be in the way of my face tracking if I do that. It has to be off to the side, one of my sides, and your mouth is supposed to be pretty much pressed right up against it, which you can tell when my mouth is and when it's not, which unfortunately for the most part, it's not because I'm busy moving around. But hopefully you can still hear me. And when I have something really important to say, or I'm like reading something, you'll see me right over here and I'll be like pushed up against it and you'll be able to hear every fucking mouth noise I make. Let's see. Hi there, Gibson. Welcome in over on YouTube, Gibson. It's so good to see you, sweetie pie. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Resolutions, yes. Main one is to stay healthy, but also start streaming. Nice, hun. Well, I wish you the best of luck in both of those endeavors. Very, very good spot to try and eat more healthy, because I know Japan has very, very healthy food, as many options. Also, dearest Drop, thank you so much for coming in. How are you doing? Outstanding, Otendo, sweetie pie. Welcome in, and thank you so very much for the resub. Much appreciated. Thank you. I can't believe it's been 5 months. Thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your generosity and support. Message has been sent. Sorry about this thing being so complicated. It's okay, cutie cat. Don't worry. I want to make sure that you're happy. Return of the Schemer. I'm the Schemer streamer. Oh, someone can... You know what? We've just come up with a name. If anyone's having trouble deciding on their stream name, the Schemer streamer is what you need to go with. But let this be a sign. I'm currently trying to get the grasp of the original Street Fighter 2 on my Nintendo Switch because Chun-Li has a long kicking reach. Very cool, Jimmy. Very cool. Is that part of your goals? Terrific. much. How are you, sweetie? Welcome in. It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Let's see. Yes, this is when everyone was utilizing our commands. We got our bye. Mr. Bimmy! Hi, beautiful Bimmy. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see ya. Your December went good. That's wonderful, darling. Anime. I'm so happy to hear that. Hurrah, darling. Let's see. I'm glad you're doing well, Gibson. Excellent. I've been outed. Listen, over on YouTube or on Twitch, if you don't want me to say anything, you don't have to say anything, and I won't even know you're there. But if you do want to say something, I would love to say hi. Let's see. Beautiful Demi, heart. I missed you too, Outstanding Otendo. I got sick with a sore throat. Also had to look after my aunt's dogs. TLDR, my cousin was visiting my aunt, but their son is afraid of dogs. Ooh, that's tough. Oh. Also, I'm sorry you got sick, gorgeous Gundam. Oh, it's nice that you got to look after your aunt's dogs, but it kind of sucks that it's because your cousin's son is afraid of the puppies. Not in relation to mom voice. Yeah, I can tell the difference in the mic. It is even better now. We can hear you sing better. Oh, thank you, Nix. Incredible videos. Welcome in, honey. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. But yes, I got sick too, guys. I got fucking sick in the last week, last 2 weeks or so of December. And yesterday, oh man, I was knocked around. I don't know what happened. I was getting better and better and better. And then yesterday, my head felt like it was gonna fall off my shoulders, and you can probably still hear a little bit of my nose being stuffy, but hopefully it's not too annoying. Now you just need to bring me homemade chicken soup to my bed. Yes, still a bit under the weather, night shifts, so still under my blankies. Need a towel blankie. I would love to get you guys towel blankies. Would you guys want towel blankies? Would you put those on your beds or like couches to cuddle with? I would love cuddles. Because I would love to get you guys some blankies. I think that I can. I think that Uwu merch might actually do that. So I just need to look into that. I just need to figure out what kind of an illustration to do for that one, if you guys would want that. Let's see. Vash, thank you once again so much for the 145 stream streak. Absolutely outstanding. And thank you so much for the care package, Awesome Huzzy. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you! The other New Year's resolution, get better sleep. I have been failing at. Storm. Why? What? Why? Can you tell them that you need more rest? Can you tell them that, please? For me? For me? Tell them the crazy online anime girl says you have to get more rest. Let's see. My mic is a Stadium one that I did actually use ages ago before moving, and I only just went back to it because I was able to. Was using my Razer Kitty Ears headset mic for a while. Oh, but isn't it comfy? I guess what's most important is that it's comfy. Ah! I have been balded. Thank you for balding me. Lovely Eon. Much appreciated. Let's see. I'm glad that YouTube stream works again. Me too, gorgeous Gibson. Thank you so much for being around for so long and being willing to hang out until we do get it working again. When do we get towels and blankets? Did I just hear mommy or am I going crazy? There's a mom voice redeem, which is you can only redeem it over on Twitch. But when people redeem the mom voice, my voice drops down here. It's a lot more soothing, a lot more chill. So people tend to use it when I'm getting way too excited / freakishly loud. And this is a lot more chill and relaxed than what I would normally be doing. So that's the mom voice redeem. It's also the only time you're allowed to call me mommy. Otherwise, that makes me uncomfortable. But with that voice, it's a mom voice, so you can call me mommy then. But yes, I would love to. Okay, you guys would like some towels and blankets? I really want a towel. I want a towel. I don't know if Uwu March does towels, but it definitely does blankets. So I think I can probably make that work. Let's see here. Precious Patricia! Welcome, Anne. How are you doing? Sorry, I'm literally a full 20 minutes exactly. 20 minutes late. You're the proud owner of 15 Albedo statues. Holy Otendo. No one is a bigger fan of that lady than you are. Hey there, terrific Taki. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. For my New Year's resolution, it is a simple New Year's resolution to deep clean everything. Yeah, do you know what you're gonna start with? And the new mic sounds very good. I'm so happy to hear it. Excellent. I hope that the people I'm gonna be working with on like productions and stuff will also agree. You'll have to tell me also if when I start doing any of my voice stuff, if you hear any kind of an echo when I get really, really loud. Not that it would matter because I now have a little booth. I have a DIY
Just giving a check-in. We are officially 38 minutes away from my initial estimate of when you would be able to catch up, and you have only just gotten to when I came in, ha ha ha.
This is true, Patricia. This is true. You've done a good job estimating so far. 15 statues. I know. Why not make a towel, but market it as a blanket? Well, towels are generally made out of a different material, and they're not quite as cuddly as blankets, right? Or have I just been using shitty towels? The music volume seems too loud. It seems to be at 110% of your voice. Oh, okay. Let me turn it down. Sorry. 20 minutes later, let me turn it down. How was that? Is that better? Low-key glad you don't have to count every number streak like you do with the gift subs. You wouldn't have the time in the day. Yeah, doing like 1, 2, 3 up to like 370. I unfortunately would not, but that's why I do the signing with my hands instead. Oh yes, enjoy Bracky, sweetest star. I'll see you soon.
Click the buttons. Click, 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 click.
Thank you for my clicky song, sweetest face. Much appreciated. Happy New Year. I'm in bed, dead from the plague. You better not actually have the plague. I'll have to come over there and beat up anyone who gave it to you. Sorry, I've actually become more violent since I was in the States. I've been saying things like, I'm gonna kill blah, 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 just casually now. And I'm like, that's not what I normally say. I currently sound like Louis Armstrong after driving for 60 miles on dusty backwoods in a convertible. Ooh, Taki. Yikes. I hope you're doing okay, sweetheart. That sounds rough. I'm doing very well, thank you, Tao. I've started working on my Christmas models, as you saw in art, and I cannot wait to share the finished product this coming art stream. I can't wait to see it either, sweetheart. Very exciting, very exciting. Nito Navy, welcome in, sweetie pie. How are you doing? It is so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Chat, she's gonna beat me up. I'm making myself not do great. No! I won't beat you up. I'll lift you up. Give me your hand. Give me your hand. And I pull you up, and I pat you on the head, and then we work together to get to whatever your goal is. Gives a wave! Hi, Tao. Very much lurking. House having issues, and it's pulling a very negative vibe on my end because of it. Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetest Solar, but totally understandable. No worries at all. Wave at you. I hope things get better with the house, and please enjoy your lurk. Thank you so much for coming in, though, hun. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Spectre! Hi there, sweetheart Spectre. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure to have you. Welcome, welcome. Also, Storm out here with the
Thank you for the Storm.
Thank you for the ooh-woo, sweetest Storm. And welcome in, lovely Spectre. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Okay. We're almost there. Sorry, I saw the Vash redeeming Tao sing, so I've just got to get to bubble and sing, and then we'll sing. We'll actually do the singing part. YouTube is back. I like the idea of TauTassie wall decorations that you can have hanging from a hook. That'd be sick. What kind of wall decorations could you hang from a hook? Are we talking like a wall scroll? But then it like revolves, you know, by accident. Eon, thank you once again so very much for the resub, honey. I appreciate it. That's me, Tao. Wait, Storm? Yeah, moistening the air. I need humidity. I actually hate humidity, but it's good for my throat, so. Hello, Swedish Shadow is saying hello to everyone on YouTube 20 minutes ago. I'm so sorry. Lovely Lord Nibirius. Hello there, Nibirius. How are you? Welcome, welcome. It's so good to see you, hon. Okay. I've reached the everything stays redeem. Give me one moment. I have to look up everything stays. I swear to God I know the lyrics by now, but I don't. But I do, but I don't. Okay. Let's experiment. See what this sounds like with the new mic. I'm gonna actually properly scream into the mic, and by scream I mean gently sing. I'll turn on the reverb, assuming you guys like that. All right. Been a couple of weeks since I sang this song, huh? Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter. When you turn it around, everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is raising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. There you go! I hope that was okay. Sorry, my voice is, like I said, I'm still kind of getting over whatever the fuck I caught in the US, but I hope that was okay. I'm very genuinely curious. Did you guys, okay, I really am curious about this. Did that sound better because, like, not just mic quality, but did my voice sound better or worse? Because with the new interface I have, I actually get immediate feedback in my headphones. So I'm hearing myself sing, and I don't know if that's helping or hindering. It's a very easy fix. I can literally just turn it off if I don't sound as good as when I can't hear myself, or I can leave it on. Let me know. Let me know. I'm genuinely very curious. Let's see. Do you need to be monetized on YouTube to have your emotes here? I think so. Yeah. Oh, we need to be a member. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Gibson over on YouTube says, hi, Twitch. Thank you. I love the two communities from the two streaming platforms being like, hello, we're friends. So cute. You guys are so cute. All right. Let's see, 3/4 of the way to the next storytelling stream. Yes, indeed, Jet, we sure are. We are encroaching. And for the storytelling stream, oh my God, you guys, it's gonna be so fucking good because I will have the mic right in front of my face because I won't be like moving, gesturing as much. And I will be like right up there. I will be reading. Hold on, where's something to read? Okay, I can't read that. That's confidential information. Where's my book? I have books for a storytelling redeem, and I have the storytelling redeem turned on, but I don't know where they are. Sad! Anyway, I'll figure it out. I'm just excited to get to the next storytelling stream. Number one, I love reading your guys' writing. Number two, I'm excited to see what you guys think of the mic. And number three, I will be asking permission on that day for you guys to allow me to do me the honor of maybe grabbing a few segments of the stream and putting it into a narrative storybook, audiobook kind of reel. And if that's okay with you, then I would love to use some of your writings, and of course I would give you credit. I won't be doing like reading the whole thing. It's like a reel is like a max of like a minute, so it won't be like the whole thing for anything. But yeah. Anyway, I'll ask that later. Sorry, I'm all over the place. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. And there I am, hitting my mic again. Let's see. Currently full of me digging holes for the foundation of a shed. So lots of sweat and dirt, but going good so far. Eon, let Nathan I know if we can come over and help, okay? It does not assist with the watch time, unfortunately. Oh, that blows. That's stupid. Watching live streams on the website where it depends on how much you watch should absolutely count. That's so dumb. It sucks. Let's see. If you're a fan of Anomaly horror games, I recommend Captured. I want to be a part of that, but I don't know what just happened. Oh, sorry, Gibson. So, something we've started doing, I don't know if we've done a storytelling stream since, I don't know if we ever did one when we were streaming on YouTube. Gibson, I let you guys save up points over on Twitch for various like one-off streams. So, for example, this coming Wednesday, Aussie time, you guys saved up enough points for a D&D one-shot. And so we're gonna be doing that. We also have a community game night coming up as well, which you've also saved up enough points for. So that'll be coming up probably next week or the week after. And our next goal is a storytelling stream where you guys actually send in your writing and I read it in my professionally trained narration voice. It's a good time. It's really fun. All right, let me see. Still got your art stream playlist on top. Tao, you're still getting those hours up. That's true. That's true. Thank you so much, Ozzy. I appreciate that. Ozzy's out here doing the most just to help us get us monetized on YouTube, and putting everything on autoplay all night long. Thank you so much, Ozzy. Appreciate it. Strat is the one with knowledge. True. Very true. Happy New Year, dearest Drop. I thought the title said final stream of 2026. Hold on, I'm double checking that it doesn't say that. Wait for it. It's loading. Please don't crash on me. I'm so traumatized by how much crashing happened in your first stream. Okay, cool. Just wanted to... Can you imagine? It's this 4th day of 2026 and it's like, this is our final stream of 2026. Let me see here. 65 in Texas is a dream. Most of the places I was in, Red, were like 75. I went to a place that was 88. Okay? It was not winter. You managed to avoid the deep freeze here. I did manage that, didn't I, Shadow? I mean, it snowed on Christmas this year in Tassie, though it was above 800 meters or so. I saw that, and I was like, God damn it! If I was back there, I would go to the snow. I would go visit the snow. That's always funny to me that our time is basically the same, but weather and such can be so different. Right? Exactly, Yuki. I'm just like, Japan gets winter Christmas and we have to have hot Christmas. Boo! This is why Australia will never be a superpower. Because you have hot Christmas. Thank you so much for the head pad. Precious Primal, welcome in. Thank you. Welcome in, how are you? The pioneers used to ride these babies for miles, and it's in great shape, too. What was that in reference to? Tangia doesn't seem to be showing any interaction on my end. Fuck! Okay, sorry, 1 second, guys. I gotta fix that. I can't allow you guys to not have access to the Tangias. 1 moment, please, while I learn how to use my computer. Sorry, guys. This is a scuff. I'm just reintroducing. I'm reminding you what this stream is really about. It's really about scuff. We love scuff. Okay, how do I fix this? 1 second, please. I'm gonna test this. Oh, okay, I can't test that. 1 moment, please. Do I need... It says it's connected. That's really odd. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe it's an overlay thing. That's a Twitch problem. 1 second. Pangea. Pangea says it's working. That's really strange. I don't know what, I might have to fuck around with that. Hi there, Tinge! Terrific Tinge, it's so good to see you, sweetie. Welcome, welcome. How are you? How are you? Let me see. Okay. Core! Hi there, cutie. Core! Welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I hope you're all having a fabulous morning, day, evening. And I hope you are too, sweetie. Welcome in. My New Year's resolution is learning to sing the Uma Musume soundtrack because I can't physically do anything else. Well, I think that's a really good goal. That's very fun. And Hope! Hello, wonderful Hope. How are you? It's so good to see you. Hi, Tao. Bye, Tao. Hope you had a happy new year. I didn't because of fireworks. The only thing that has me positive about 2026 is because it's the year of Uma Musume. The Chinese zodiac says 2026 is the year of the fire horse. So yeah, Uma Musume. I won't be staying long because I'm getting eepy. So I'm heading off to bed. So have a good rest of stream. Oh, pals! Ha! Thank you for the pal attack, amazing apparition. Welcome in. How are you doing? Good news to share. I posted my first ever art prompt I made for 2026 on a blue sky. Very nice, lovely lady. All right, well, all good. I know I'm way late, so I won't respond to all of this, but I hope you have a wonderful one, sweetheart. Sending very positive vibes. First thing to deep clean is the kitchen. Good call. Good call. A kitchen deep clean is probably a really good idea. You know how my resolution was to get into a relationship? It may have already happened. Let's go, Ram! I'm not surprised. You're a darling, so that's awesome. I hope that you're very, very happy, sweetie pie. Congratulations. Let me see here. Romani! Hello, Ro. It's so good to see you. Welcome in. How are you? I'm doing very well. I'm so happy to be back here with you guys. I missed you indescribably much. How are you? How are you? That's a goal I forget. I forgot to keep improving my Spanish speaking and just speak it more in my daily life in general. That's a great goal, lovely Lara. Do it. A goal I'm semi-striving for is getting a septum piercing this January. Septum piercings are badass. I hope that you are comfortable with getting it done and that it is not too much of a bear to heal and that you love it. My New Year's resolution this time is simply a motorcycle license. Everything else I'm hoping to accomplish is just a bonus. Improve drawing, albed fluency, and get a motorcycle. Very cool. Fuck, sorry, I keep on hitting on my mic. Okay. But Tinge, that is awesome. As someone with a motorcycle license, I support you in that. Just please be careful. Don't be a crazy motorcyclist. Be a responsible one. Okay? Okay. That reminds me, I do need to post the last two I did. Also, I actually booked my first electrolysis appointment. It's at the end of the month. Amazing. Okay, just so you know, it is kind of painful. The first like 4 or 5 sessions are quite painful. But after that, it doesn't feel like anything. It's good. Happy New Year, Stride! I'm good. How are you, Cupcake? I hope Stride is doing very well, and I'm doing very well, lovely Ragna. Thank you so much. Did you see the clip I posted on Discord? I did not. What, is it a clip of the stream or something else? Laser hair removal is pretty nice. I have done that as well for some parts, but make sure it is a reputable place. I heard some horror stories. Yes, absolutely, Yuki. Very good point. You gotta make sure that you are definitely going to people who know what they're doing and are not going to, ruin your skin. Let's see. Otendo, thank you once again for the 5 months. I very much appreciate it. I'm good, thank you. I'll be lurking. It's so good to see you again. It's amazing to see you again, dearest Job. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you for the lurk. It means the world. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Just posted days 2 and 3 in the FF channel. Oh, let's go, Lyra. Thank you. I will have a look. Like, even if I scroll all the way up, all the way, I can't even see where Tao is up to. Yeah. Yep. How are you not jet lagged? Shockingly, Storm, on my flight back, get this. This was amazing. I was so lucky. I had so actually on the way out too. On the way out and on the way back, the flights, because of when I flew out, were like, not quite ghost towns, but pretty close. As in, every single person, even in economy, I'm an economy girl, even in economy, had 3 seats to themselves. 3! way! So I just laid down and slept for 7 fucking hours. Impossible for me any other time. But on the way back, I slept a full 7 hours. I basically woke up at like 5 a.m. Aussie time and just stayed up until 11 p.m. and that was it. Done. So yeah, pretty fucking good. I was really glad that I was able to get some sleep because normally international flights fuck me hard, dude. Oh. Strat says we need to take a break. Yeah, I guess we do, don't we? Okay, well, I am not even close to catching up, so, yeah, we gotta go to break. Tau's the most positive streamer I've seen. Oh, I hope in a good way. I try not to do, like, the toxic positivity stuff, but if I can be positive and it can help you, then that makes me very happy. Okay, listen, this was my goal, okay? I wanted to make sure that we got to catch up, and I know Persona Day is today, and we will play it. We still have like 4 hours, 4.5 hours or so, but I want to catch up with you guys first. So I'm very happy today to do this quick break and then come back and we'll talk some more. And then once we finish talking, whenever that happens to be, we'll move over to Persona, okay? All right, I need to make sure that this doesn't accidentally Okay, I have an idea. Hold on. I'm gonna be a little smart cookie. Be a smart cookie. Yum cookie. Okay, you guys, in case you have forgotten, we do a quick break every hour for 3 minutes. During that time, I encourage you to maybe go to the bathroom, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. Wait, I said that. It's been too long. I don't remember what I say. Go take a break. 3 minutes. See you soon. Love you lots. Here's also we have a boss battle. Ah! On that note, I'll see you in 3. Mwah. Love you. Miss you. Bye.
Next break is 15 minutes. All right, got it, Strat. And then you go to sleep. Go to sleep or else. Go chihuahua on your ass. Can I heal him? Oh, die! You're gonna die. You're gonna die, kid. Hold on. What? No! I haven't saved. I've been streaming. What? Like, there were pieces of fashion outfits that I'm like, oh yeah, I could probably, you know, integrate that. But, oh god, he's so big! Look at it! It's a Garbodor! Please don't try and kill me. Please don't try and kill me. Okay, he's trying to kill me! Run! I thought he would be passive. Oh, fuck. This is highway robbery. Will we or will we not be having Secret Santa this year? Oh, Patricia, so Strat tried to set that up a little bit ago, like a few weeks ago, and we got very little interest, so since I'm not able to keep up with it. Lizard! Yes! Yes! I am powerful! Thank you, Esme. Thank you for the lizard, Esme. I appreciate it. Oh, and thank you for the I love a little challenge. Okay, next. Towoo, cowoo, you whoop, you say woo woo woo, moo woo, the woo woo best woo woo, Tasmanian woo, tiger woo woo. I certainly can woo. I shrink to become sweeter. My name is the cut that makes things grow. A raisin. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Anybody got a guess for Esme's riddle? I shrink to become sweeter, and my name is the cut that makes things grow. May I ask if you find an Eevee, you name it Space? I understand if no, but it wouldn't hurt to ask. Space, I would be happy to, when we start gathering up all of the Eeveelutions, I would be happy to name one of them Space. Okay, hopefully that works. Oh yeah, we got our first shiny, guys! Yes, it was fed to us like a fucking spoon feeding a baby, but that doesn't matter. We got it all the same. Already got you. I would like to do my Badoo show before it's time to do the other kind of show at night, which is to say Pokemon battles. Saved it. Cushion?
Hello again, cutie pies. Let me bring up the let me bring up our game. Where did it, boop there we go. There you go. You can keep on playing. Welcome back, sweetie pies. I have missed you very much. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Obbies. Yee. Good Aussie. Welcome back, sweetest Strat. You went offline on YouTube. What? Wait, why? Oh fuck! Ah! Oh no. Fuck, why? It says I'm still live on here. That's really odd. Is it still saying that? Bees for a storm. Wait, grab a storm. Good storm. Next, Much/Down Slice. Welcome back. Bees for you. All right, let me, that's really strange. I'll stop it here and then restart it and see if that works. That's so odd that it's decided, I don't appreciate that. Beautiful Blue, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see ya. All right. Let me see. I don't know why it did that. Is it working now? What the fuck? It says that it should be working. Oh my god, that sucks. Why? Oh. Okay, well, apparently, our multi-streaming career has ceased again, it looks like. I don't know why I've just restarted it here. And that's not working. Why is it doing that? We're not doing that, as the case may actually be. Fuck. Should we count that as scuff? Yeah, let's count that as scuff.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker, and thank you for the pal hat, lovely Lyra. Thank you. Thank you for the care packet as well, beautiful Blue. Fuck. Okay, well, I have no idea how to fix that, and I probably... Ooh! Thank you for feeding me, lovely Lyra. Oh, wait, it's saying excellent. Wait, it's working again? Is it working again? It's acting like it's working again. Oh, God. All right, I probably shouldn't dwell too long on the YouTube stuff while I'm live, but fuck. Sorry, guys. I really hope, I thought that was gonna work, because I was like, okay, I'm using Microsoft Edge and I can actually access stuff now, but apparently not. Okay, let me see here. I would send soup, but the international post may not appreciate a week-old soggy envelope full of old noodles and chicken, but I would. I would! I'm getting by, just the usual thing at this time of getting whatever brand of plague is going around, so I'm just about getting over there. Brain is a little bit bleh, but I'm okay. I'm really glad that you're here, lovely trash. Hopefully you can hang out with us and feel just a little bit better. Let's see. Towel Blanky, that'd be great. Would you like that, Tinge? I will definitely have to... I have
Hey,
a
Tao,
on my head.
did you know that 70% of the Earth is uncarbonated water? Therefore, 70% of the Earth is flat?
Yeah. Very good. I like that one. That's cute. Hold on a second. I'm gonna... There we go. I had to reset my vine in my face. To be honest, I wouldn't be opposed to having a towel blanket or a pouch pal blanket. That'd be so cute. Oh, we could... Oh, I could make like a little pouch pal, like a little pouch pal, like pile. Oh, that'd be so cute. Would you guys like that? We need a stuffed toy towel, not a stuffy towel, but we will accept you anyway. Thank you for accepting me regardless. dakimakura in Uwu Market. I'm sure they do blankets too. Yes, and I was thinking I would also like to do dakimakura, but I need to have a certain number of sales, I think, before they'll let me do that. Happy New Year's Eve, humans. Keep humaning, you humans. Hi there, ADD. Welcome in. I hope that you had a wonderful New Year's Eve. ADD New Year's Eve. More than one ingestion is using the primary URL. What? What do you mean? Tao shiny head tiger. That's true. I do have a shiny head underneath all these luscious locks. I'm heading out for a little bit, but I have you on my PC lurking. Thank you so much, cutie cat. I appreciate it. And thank you for the lurk as well. Excellent, Eon. Enjoy Bald Tao as I need to go dig more holes, so we'll be lurking for a bit. Enjoy your lurk, sweetheart. Thank you so much for balding me. I will be saying I need more rest. I have been the only person for this client server since December 18th. The other people who can do on-call get back on the 12th. I'll be arguing that I can't do this again. Good. Yes, please do, Storm. God, still another like 8 days of that is crazy. Let's see. Hi, lovely Space. Welcome in, Space Cat. How are you doing? Unless the towel is microfiber, I would totally buy a towel. I'm autistic. We hate microfiber. Okay, we got to be inclusive about it. So I would love to get you guys something that's not microfiber. You're bald. Are you torching people who have hair? It wasn't my choice. My hair was burnt off by a wonderful pal. I know that they only had the best intentions. Bald! Bald! My eyes! Let's see. Spectre! I finally reached where Spectre came in. Hi, Spectre. Thank you for the follow. My dog heard the uwu and stared at me for 2 seconds and went... That sounds like Coda. Coda would do that to you. I knew you sounded different. I do, don't I? Do you like it, Space? Has she made it to my message? Oh, I did. I just did. This is what I sang. Okay, thank you so Fuck, dude. I'm glad you guys liked it. I was about to fall asleep. Aw, that was beautiful. Kind of reminds of that one Deltarune song. I actually haven't played Deltarune. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I haven't played Deltarune or Undertale. I haven't played either one. The new mic made it 50% better. Let's go. I thought it sounded quite beautiful. Oh, good. Leave it on. Okay, sounded great to me. All right, awesome. I think it sounded great, but I am not great with sound stuff, so I can't really tell. That's totally fair, Strat. Thank you, guys. Speaking of community goals, do you guys want the next community goal to be a karaoke stream? Ooh, surely you don't want that. I barely worked on my story for you guys to have an update. Oh, that's okay, Space. No pressure. Yuki, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge. Quality voice acting with storytelling. True! With a professional grade studio mic. Tao gonna eat chat by leaning over that far? No. No. Delicious. It's like cherries. Evil laugh. Can't wait for the next story time stream. Oh, Nix, you got something for me, huh? I'll need to get to writing then. Yes, please do. Just small segments. Yeah, exactly. Sparkling water, tasty. I agree, Space. I love sparkling water. That's YouTube for ya. Fuck. I'm so sorry, YouTube. I can't believe this is just decided to stop working, even though we got it working. I am so sorry. Poor Gibson. I feel so bad. Gibson has been so lovely. And hung around for like the 8 months that we weren't multi-streaming, and then they came back and they're like, yay! And I'm like, yay! And then it's like an hour and it's like, nope, psych. Patricia, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream as well. Lovely Liv, welcome in, hun. Happy New Year. How are you? I'm 23 minutes late, sorry. Ooh! Thank you for the hand pat, sweetest Storm. Thank you, thank you. YouTube is annoying. How can watching live not count as watching? YouTube, true. I hope I'm saying that right. How does the D&D work? The D&D works like I've got a bunch of lovely friends that I am bringing over, virtually bringing over. And Storm, lovely Storm Psych, our resident DM, is DMing for us. Yee. Thank you for the care package, awesome Aussie. Ow. And thank you for the head pat, lovely hunter. Thank you, thank you. Read the shed. Always welcome to help. I will likely be putting a call out to friends when it comes to subfloor framing and putting the roof on. We would love to help. Yes. Contact us on a Saturday and we can probably do it. I am slowly but surely catching up. Are we possibly playing some Persona? Also, you're gonna ask, and yes, I've been doing great. I've just been busy with a lot of stuff. Very good, Halu, very good. But yes, we will play some Persona in a bit, once I catch up. I don't know Australian survival, all sorts of weird natural occurrences, mainly bugs and animals. True.
It appears my pre-prediction was wrong. It has taken more than an hour and a half for Tau to catch up.
And I'm barely past halfway right now. I got to experience the rainy, muggy Christmas when I was in Japan. Oh, was it raining? You gotta go to Aomori Prefecture. You get just snow there. It doesn't rain. It's just snow. Just snow. Let's see. I got to do a lurky lurk for a bit. Won't be long. Oh, good. Awesome, Aussie. Thank you for coming in. I'll see you soon. To be honest, Australia needs Christmas in July. At least that would be Australian winter. I agree. That's what happens every single year, and it drives Nate crazy. But you'll see it this year as well with me. I'm gonna come in during all of July and be like, it's so cozy. Feels like Christmas. And then all of the Americans are gonna be like, yuck, it's hot. How can you think that? Well, it's cold here, guys. It's cold here. Let me see. Which dashboards is a nightmare. It's fine. It may be an issue on my end. It might be an issue on my end because Storm couldn't do it either, I think. Let me see here. In all honesty, the lint roller was a joke. My actual New Year's resolution is to stop being afraid of myself. Don't ask. Oh, apparition. I'm sorry, hun. I hope that you are able to get more comfortable with yourself. How about that? Tau has a motorcycle? I do not have a motorcycle, but I do have a motorcycle license. And I have ridden motorcycles quite a lot. When I was in the US, I did it fairly frequently. Let's see. Oh, a clip of stream. Please check it out. Okay, I will definitely do that. I do trust the place. They have backgrounds in it. Also, the two people are who run it are both trans women. That's right. I remember you told us about this. That's really cool, lovely Lara. That's really cool. Luckiest flight ever. Just get to lay down. Exactly. You deserve first class. Aw, Ram. Thank you. I felt like first class when I got to have 3 seats to lay down on. Sleeping on a flight is great. It is, especially because normally I can't. Speaking of Persona, where the heck is Persona 6? It's literally been 10 years. Yeah, listen, we have so many games coming up this year that I have to find time for. You don't understand how badly I have to find time for Monster Hunter Stories 3 and Blood of the Dawnwalker. We have to play those. That is I am uncompromising in this position. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, sweet to see you. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Oh my god, guys, I'm like about to catch up. Holy shit, I've reached the part where you guys were battling the boss. Blah, blah, blah. Ram, thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream, hon. I appreciate it. And Cutie Kurama. I love you, Cutie Kurama. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the lurk. Much appreciated. Let's see. I still can't believe that we went offline on YouTube. That's so annoying. Ugh. Sorry. The clip was from stream in Best of Stream on Discord. Awesome. Thank you, Nix. I will have a look. I'm about 55% prepared for Wednesday. Do you want me to reschedule it, Storm? Beautiful Blue. I hope that you're having a very happy New Year as well. Hi, Terrific Try. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Let me see. Oh, Chad just jumped. Going to lurk mode. Thank you so much for the lurk, Beautiful Blue. Much appreciated. Ba-da-ba-ba.
Oh, girl, dirty onto my lunch. Jesus,
thank you for my song, lovely Otendo. Much appreciated. Does anyone know what the art style of big hand and thin limbs is called? I don't know what that could be. What if we got a Tau Vocaloid? Wouldn't that be absolute fire and some peak fiction? That'd be crazy. I don't even know how you make a Vocaloid. It's fine, we'll figure it out. I feel so bad for Gibson. Let's see. Hi there, lovely Hunter. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Imagine if Bob Ross and Gordon Ramsay swapped professions. Bob Ross as a chef would be like, yeah, the chicken's a little raw. That's okay. That's just a happy little accident. We'll cook it again and learn together. Gordon Ramsay as a painter, meanwhile, be screaming, does this tree look fucking happy to you? No? Then why is it here? This tree is raw, you donkey. That is true. That is why they are literal leagues apart. Because neither of them would be successful in those other alternative professions. You can't accidentally make the chicken raw and then also expect to make a good meal and once you have to recook it. See you soon, sweet strat. Thank you for the lurk. Speaking of storytelling, the Clay Mare stories are very cool, and I loved you getting to be in the full episode, Tata. But it was a bit weird at first to hear you in distress. I wanted to immediately jump into my monitor and get you out of there. Aw, Yuki, that's so sweet. Thank you, cutie pie. Appreciate it. Thank you, lovely. For those of you who don't know what she's talking about, I recently was cast in a series of audio drama, horror drama. I'll post the link here. Okay, if I could, one second. Now, I've said this before when I've shared it, but please don't, oh, thank you, Strat. Thank you very much. Please don't listen to this if you don't like the idea of hearing me in distress, or if you don't like if you don't like horror, because this is a horror podcast audio drama. So please just don't put yourselves through that if you don't want to go through that, okay? Yeah. But if you do want to hear it, please do. Although keeping in mind that like the mic I recorded on there is the USB mic that has now been replaced. So you will hear a pretty big difference between my mic during that and then all the other super hyper talented voice actors in that, which is really unfortunate because to me that really pulls you out of it. Even though the performance is okay, it's like my performance is okay, the audio quality is really bad, so I'm very sorry about that. But from here on, it should be good. YouTube, get for pre-recorded content, not so much for live streamer 1/3 of the time. Oh, great for pre-recorded content. Yes, true. But I'm doing well, Hunter. How are you? Oh, you saw, you have news. What news do you have, Space? What news from the mark? Tao only got to that message. Basically, how to where Sinnoh Hisui is based off of. Oh, basically, how to go to where Sinnoh / Hisui is based off of? Is that what you mean? Tao secretly has a motorcycle gang. That'd be sick. Can you imagine? Fabulous Frostbite! Welcome in, darling. How are you? It's so good to see you, sweetie pie. Welcome. Is that the heckin' beautiful Thylacine known as Tao on our screens? Is that the cutie pie Fabulous Frostbite in my chat? Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you? It's so good to see you. Same studio works on other games like SMT and Metaphor. Yes, true. Guys, let's type more, make the chat even longer. Ah! Do you want that? Do you want that? Are you sure? I'm officially no longer in a good mood. I was just catching the bus and I clicked the stop button around my usual stop and the driver just blew right past it. And on the next one, oh, and the next one, and the next one, what? So now my normally 9-minute walk has been extended nearly 25 minutes. What the fuck? Did he not see it? Was it not working? What? That's crazy. How actually merch idea, a hoodie of a pouch pal with ears. I would love to do that. I would have to go through like a truly custom merch company for that though, unfortunately. Wednesday is gonna be a very ugly day for me in Melbourne. It's gonna be 40 Celsius. Stay inside, sit upon the aircon. Hi Rajanka, welcome in, it's good to see you. We want you to de-stress, Tau. I'm not stressed! Ah! We don't mind if you wear a dress when we hear you. Oh, distress! Oh, we want you to de-stress. Okay, this is what this is about. Got it. Yeah, you can hear the difference for sure, but it was still very good. I just imagined we heard you over a mobile phone. Oh yeah! Oh, I could see that. Yeah, maybe that's a good way to get absorbed into it, despite the poor audio quality on my side. I got not only my first commission, but 2. One was a PFP and the other was accessories for ENVtuber. Very cool, Space. Congratulations. I'm very happy for you, hun. Let's see. Oh, I already don't like the zombie Tau artwork, even though it's so well done. So yeah, I only listened to it for a bit before I close the tab. That's totally fair, honey. That's totally fair. It's just good voice acting to get the fear over. It was quite enjoyable. The other episodes are nice too. Oh, I'm glad that you like them, Yuki. There are so many talented voice actors, and the writers and the audio engineers are amazing, dude. They're so sweet. For Snow in Japan, go to where... Oh, for Snow in Japan. Got it. And welcome back, Sweet Sam. It's good to have you back, sweetie. I have the audio, I gave the audio a little bit of a listen, but the prospect of hearing you in distress made me turn away a bit, but you still did very good. Thank you, Patricia. What a thoughtful and sweet community I have that you guys are just like, I literally can't handle hearing you even acting like you're in distress, so I'm not gonna listen to it. Who is Mel and where was he born? I was on the verge of cursing the driver out, but this little old Chinese lady beat me to it because he blew past her stop as well. I think you should probably go full Karen on her and on the driver and like call the supervisor. Be like, this is the bus that ignores everything we fucking say. If I don't think before I type, or if I type before I think, I get slightly dyslexic or do words that I wasn't planning. Oh, that's okay. I do that too, to be honest. I'm almost caught up. Hi there, Cutie King. Welcome in. How are you? So before Persona 5, can you check the clip? Yes, I can. We're actually gonna look at a few things before Persona 5. Thank you for the care package, Cutie King. Are you back in the land down under? Tau, how's your trip? It was great, sweetheart. Thank you so much for asking. I had a great time reconnecting with my family, my friends. We had a grand old time. I caught something while I was out there, so I'm still a little bit sick. But I am so happy to be back. Oh, my chair is so comfortable. My mic is amazing. And you guys are incredible. My two screen setup is so good. Also, being able to gesture to you guys, peak Tau.
It's sweet Tau. Nya hello sweet terrific Tau. I hope your New Year's was fantastic.
It was, sweetheart. Thank you for asking, cutie cat. Welcome in. Happy New Year. Oh, yes, everybody. I haven't seen you since last year. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I just yoinked the... 1 minute, please. I pulled my hand cam out of the computer. Oh, I don't have to yell that loud. Sorry. I gotta figure out how to get this... Okay, hands? Hands. Activate hands. Okay, we're good. I'll swell that unswell. Okay. Oh, uppies for Cutie King. Uppies. Good king. Okay. Computer. Thank you. Thank you will for the will, Cutie King. Will. Thank you very much. Time to send you the wire management powers. I probably couldn't use those, honestly. I was planning on heading out to eat, but the rain has been constant, so I ain't risking it. No pub schnitty for me, but I got schnitties in the freezer. Very nice. Now that you've caught up, I'm going to take this opportunity to depart for a little bit and come back after the game has started. I'm going over with my parents to a family friend's place for dinner, so I may need to go abruptly if I do manage to come back in. All good, precious Patricia. See you soon, sweetheart. Thanks for dropping in. Okay, so a couple of things that I wanted to go. Firstly, I want to go over. And actually, I might let you guys vote on whether you want to do, should we look at old clips today or Friday? So, today means that we will have less time with Persona, but Friday, we are already gonna have, it's a bit of a mix because we're gonna be doing our my personal Game Awards on Friday. So that'll already be taken up with a little bit of time. But we can also merge into that our clips if you would like to start doing Persona. It does just mean that there's less art time. But you guys can request music and stuff that day, regardless. Okay, please do let me know which of these you would prefer. Joyous Jasmine, welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. It's also because I associate you with awesome and comfy and silly and nice vibes, and hearing you scared or sad would make me upset. Oh, that's totally fair, sweetheart. No worries, no worries. I just promised that I would let you guys know when I was in stuff if I was able to, and so that's all that is. I need a woman's opinion on something. Okay. How was New Year's? It was good, sweetie. It was quite good. Thank you for asking. How was yours? Okay, please do vote in that poll. Let me know if you want to look at old clips today, which will cut into Persona time, or if you want to look at old clips on Friday, which will cut into art time. Despite the fact that we're streaming for 6 days in a row, we still do not quite have enough time for everything. But I want to go over our schedule for the week. This is very exciting. We love a marathon schedule, don't we? Is being carried by your man to certain places attractive? I don't know. I mean, I'm not the best example of that because I very much think of myself as a very independent person, and if I know that if I needed to be carried, Nath would totally be capable of doing it, but yeah, I'm probably not the best person to ask. If you have like a more like stereotypically feminine girl who really loves like the chivalry and all of the like the mannerisms and all that stuff, maybe. But honestly, probably best to just ask her directly, to be honest. But for me, I would not like that. I would not appreciate that. I would be like, put me down, please. Okay. Let me show you guys our new schedule for today. I mean, for this week. But first, hold on. I will catch up with you guys so that I don't fall behind again. So it is Skellington. Welcome in, Tylen. How are you doing? It is so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it depends on the person. Exactly, Sam. 100% right. I live right by the main river, and it's partially fed by the town's dam, which is at 93%. Yikes, that's... Do you need to start evacuating, hon? Or I want to carry my partner and also be carried by them personally. Oh yeah, you like the switch. I like to be carried, but would prefer a nice gal to do it. Yeah, see, okay. I should state that when I have been in same-sex relationships, I enjoy doing a lot of the things that I don't like men doing to me. I like holding doors open for girls. I like carrying girls. I like, you know, walking on the, is it the inside or the outside? Whatever side is closest to the road, I like doing that. Like, I do all that shit, but I don't like when dudes do it for me. I just like to do it for girls. I was one of those self-rescuing princesses. Yeah, I'm a self-rescuing princess. I'm the type that would like it. There you go. Yeah, but it's all about preference. Treat all women as individuals, not trying to find a stereotypical response. Yeah. Tao's the kind of person that if she was in danger, she'd be like, bitch plays, I can get myself out of this situation. Well, I've always felt quite confident because of my martial arts background. That's always been like this feather in my cap that I just subconsciously refer to whenever I'm like feeling unsafe or like, oh, can I handle this? I'm like, yes, I can. The outside, yeah, the outside. I like to walk in the outside. I like to like carry your stuff and shit like that. The chivalrous manner, I find that quite attractive in women too, but men less so. Yeah, isn't that strange? I don't know why. Yeah, with guys, I'm just, and it's, for the record, it's not that I would be like, yuck, how dare you be chivalrous to me, but it's not something that I would say I enjoy, you know what I mean? It's kind of like salad. Salad is good. I will eat salad, but I wouldn't say I love salad. You know what I mean? Stupid. good. I'm sorry, I'm dumb. I should be safe. Just the path that goes by the river will probably go under if they have to release. Oh, okay, that's good, Ozzy, that's good. Just please keep informed, okay? Also, Sweetest Skellington, thank you so much for the 30 Starik. You better not slack off on that training. I need you to keep me safe out of there. Absolutely! I haven't done martial arts since I've been in Australia, but the fact that I know that I've got some kind of muscle memory, I would just be like absolutely sore after doing it. None of us can sweep your feet then. No, probably not. I'm pretty good. I have a pretty well-rounded martial arts skill set between judo, jiu-jitsu, taekwondo, and karate. So, I can handle you on the ground. I can handle you standing up. I can handle you with my fists and my feet. I would kill for a night-type boyfriend. Aw, that's fair space. Like, again, I for the record, it is probably best to defer to being polite to anybody. Women, men, non-binary, anyone in between or outside of that. Just be polite and kind. But if you're wondering if someone's gonna like something and they are your partner or your friend or something, just ask them directly. That's the best. As Storm said, that's the best bet. Chivalry is like a salad. In so many words. Dearest Dino, welcome in, hun. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. The best thing to do if you're ever unsure is just ask the person. Communication is always the best route. Correct, sweetest Sam, correct. I'm doing well, dearest Dino. How are you? I hope you don't choke me out if I try to surprise you with a tap on the shoulder. No, taps on the shoulder are all good, but I have elbowed a friend in the groin because they snuck up behind me and grabbed me, and I reflexed. Sorry. Sorry to my friend. Thank you for the care package, Iridius. I love salad, but yes, I get it. I think maybe it's because it's rarer to see, and as such, more exotic or attractive. I don't mind men being nice, of course, but I think it's really sexy in a woman. Yeah, I can see that, Yuki, yeah. Let's see. Storm, that's not generally a good way to start a relationship. I just killed your partner. Date me. No, I'm sure that's not quite what you meant. Very funny, I laughed out loud, yeah. I'm not taking the risk. Shoulder tap. No, you can shoulder. You can just, that's fine. No problem. You can even like pat me on the back or pat my head. But my friend was trying to like mess with me and like grabbed me around. And I was like, nah. Happy New Year, and I'm doing well. Gotta wait for instructions as to when I can get my degree since I finished my career. Oh, your career program in college? That's amazing, sweetheart. I'm so happy for you, darling. I'm so proud as well. That is so good. And congrats on the new GPU as well. I just remain respectful. That alone actually gets you places. Very true, Ozzy. Very true. Unlurk. I have dug the last hole! Congratulations, excellent Eon. I'm very proud of you. Fuck, sorry, I keep on smacking my head into the mic. Okay. I think Tau likes salad because that is what food eats. Okay, I actually do. I don't quote me too hard on the chivalry is like salad thing because I really do quite like salad. And if I have to decide whether someone is gonna be polite and chivalrous or not, I will choose the polite and chivalrous. That happened to me once as well, the groin attack, but more so because I'm so short. I tried an uppercut from a low position. Totally an accident. Oh, ouch. Also, Tau, I haven't seen you since last year, and I haven't seen you since last year either, Skellington. Where you been? I'm just kidding. Let's see. Apologies for opening up a rabbit hole. No, that's okay, Ram. I think this is actually a really fun conversation to have. I don't think anyone here is like made uncomfortable by just talking about people being polite. Respect for women can get you very, very far. Shocking, I know. It's almost like respecting them as fellow human beings and listening to what they say and telling them what you need to say. And it's almost like clear communication and treating others with respect is sexy. Shockingly, it is. I don't think we heard you smack the mic, or I'm just too locked into reading while listening to you. Oh, fair enough, cutie cat, fair enough. I did some upgrades for my PC, changed the case from a mid tower to a full tower. Has leather handles. Oh, nice. Can put up to 13 fans, a double chamber, and has 400 millimeters GPU clearance. Far out, Dinah. That's nice. Chivalry is like salad. Women are pretty. That is true. Stein, thank you so much for the berries. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you, honey. Since I can't thunderstorm you, here's the bits, and you can just pretend. I don't know why Tenji is not working. I'm sorry about that. Very odd. Because it says it's connected, and the interaction thing says it's done as well. Weird. Very weird. Let's see. Treat those the way you want to be treated. Yes! My mom told me to be nice and open doors / hold them open, but I do it for everyone, not just ladies. Yes! Exactly. And if you are with a woman who is interested in genuine equality, make sure that you're also showing her that she is on the same footing as everyone else, as far as like, you're not gonna treat everybody else like shit, you know? Let me see. Wow, being a nice person makes people like you, shocker. Lagas, being nice is good? What? I wonder how the ASMR voice would work with this mic. It would be very good. I can crank up the gain on this bad boy so hard. Does anyone want to just like, I know that a lot of you don't like ASMR, but is it okay if I give you like a 10-second warning to mute, and then I will do this when I've turned it back, just so that people who do want to hear it can hear the difference? It's crazy. Go on? Okay. All right. So this is your 10-second warning. The next time I speak, you are going to hear, there's like gonna be ASMR-y vibes, okay? Okay, 10-second warning, and when I'm done, I'll do this, okay? Okay, hold on. Let me make sure that this is at the right gain level. Yep, okay. All right, cool. 1 second. Food on. Food on. Oh my god, my phone's gonna die. It's very upset with me right now. Hold on. Aha! There we go. Okay, waving. Ha! Hi guys, we're back. I just hear mouth noises? Yeah, basically. I ain't mutin', as this is a sub goal for me, not to get not to get sensitive over this sort of thing. This is kind of related, but how do y'all feel about the whole don't ask women their age rule? I've never really understood the appeal of that one, to be honest. Did you try intentionally smacking the mic so we can check, since I wasn't sure I heard it on our end? Bit too soft for me? Okay. Well, I must say it doesn't help that I have all of those noise gates and stuff on the new mic. Not the new mic. Hold on. Do you want me to try it again? Hold on. I'll let you guys vote. We'll put 30 seconds. No. Okay. You guys vote. Let me know if you would like me to try that one more time. It'd be for 30 seconds, and I will actually crank up the volume on that. Excuse me. Oh, it's a tie. My parents brought me up correctly. I hold doors open for absolutely everyone, help people across the road, and I'm generally a nice guy, I think. I think you are too, Ram. I definitely think you are. Asking someone their age shouldn't be a bad thing, as long as it's not just the first thing you ask, like, hi, how are you? What's your age? Yeah, I do agree with that. For sure. Neither have I. Age is your age. I don't know why people get touchy about it. I feel like if you're at the point with someone in a conversation where you would ask like what you do for work, you should be able to ask how old they are, personally. I cannot decide. That is totally fair. In the meantime, smack the mic.
I just had to deal with the most annoying customer. She wanted to give me codes at the window and I told her we can only do one code per order and the order she gave me was already on the order, and then when it didn't change the price, she made it look like it was my fault and demanded I use the other code she gave me. This is not event BTWXD.
Dude, that's fucked. I'm so sorry, hon. That blows. But hey, we're so happy to have you, lovely lab, and thank you so very much for the resub, darling. It means the world. I'm sorry for your really shitty interaction with that customer, though. But welcome in, sweetie. Thank you so much for your generosity and kindness and support. Thank you, thank you. You want me to smack the mic? Okay. How's that? I couldn't hear the first time. Need to turn the volume up. Okay, gotcha. Looks like most of you want me to try and do 30 seconds of ASMR. So we're gonna do the same thing again. Give me just a second. I'm gonna do the waving thing when we're done, okay? But hold on one moment. I have an idea for how to make this sound a bit better. I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna wave at you when it's over. Testing, 1, 2, 3. I think you can probably hear a lot of that. Yeah, you can hear a lot of the background noise too. I'll need to work on that. But, yeah, there you go. I hope that you guys can kind of hear how sharply this can pick up ASMR sounds. And you will have to probably crank up your volume a little bit to hear this properly. But, yeah, I'm hearing voices that I don't even know I'm making. But we have cool things that we can mess with, like buttons. I can also, you know what? I know a lot of you like typing sounds. We love some typing sounds in the chat, and hopefully you also quite enjoy the ASMR portion of this as well. I think it's pretty well, this microphone is quite good at picking up basically every single sound, but it is meant for like, it's not meant for ASMR. We do have a microphone that's on throne for that, but this one is more for like actually vocal performances. Okay, I'm gonna turn this way back down. Hold on 1 second. Okay, let me just test this, make sure that we're back at the volume that we should be at. I think we are. Waving time! Waving time! Ah! Fuck, it's so hot in here, dude. I don't know how I'm gonna stream in here with the heat. It's so hot. Raw, darling. Raw, darling. How's it going, lovely love? Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. I hope you have a much better day, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. We didn't hear the mic smack earlier at all. Really? Interesting, because on my mixer, I see it jump when I do that, but that's very interesting. Maybe it's doing a good job in post. Thank you so much for the obbies. Obbies for you, lovely wow. Wow. Okay. Imagine just walking up to a random guy on the road, tapping them on the shoulder and saying, "Hi, how old are you?" Yeah, listen. Yeah, that could be an issue. It was most likely canceled by the noise gate. Yeah, I think you're probably right, Strat. I think you're probably right. All right. Give me just a second. Okay. Weird. My model is lagging a little bit, and I'm not really sure why. Okay. Now, let me show this to you. Here's our schedule for the week. Whee! Oh, fuck. Hold on. Moving stuff by accident. Okay. Let's go over our schedule for the week. I want to be able to point at stuff, so I gotta put this behind me. Hold on. Come on. Come on. Where does this go? Is that it? Yay. Okay. Hello. Welcome to our weekly schedule. Could you try logging out and logging into Tangia again? Yeah, let me see. Tangia. So you guys, we got some cool stuff planned for this week. We have, as you know, today is Persona Day, although I don't know if we're gonna get much time with that today, because we're also gonna go through a bunch of clips, which is fun. Some of Strat's masterful editing. Let me see here. Why is this not? Okay, I am logging out of Tangia. And I'm logging back in to Tangia. Odd. I'm trying to send a test event right now, and it's not working. Ugh. Let me see if okay, wait, let's try that.
Hey,
Okay.
this is Tangia Dan, one of the developers at
working.
Tangia. If
don't
you can
know
hear
if
me,
you
then
guys
it's
are-
working. If not, make sure you turn on monitor output for your Tangia browser source.
Did you guys hear any of that? Because it came up, but I don't know if you heard it.
Lizard, 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 lizard,
I'm
lizard.
glad it's working. Lizard! Oh, sorry. Lizard. Yes. Yay, it's working. Thanks, Strat. Turn it off and on again. This is the best. Good Strat. Let me see here. Woo! Not so towery! Let's go! Hi there, sweetest Sedu. Welcome in. How are you doing? And let me see here. Oh, yes, you guys. Please do pick your favorite clips from the YouTube channel. We will watch them. Okay, you did hear it. Great. Okay, awesome. Let's see. I've decided I don't like Legends ZA at all. Don't want to buy it. I'm gonna recommend against new people. So Kat, we don't do that here. We say our opinion, but we don't say things like I recommend against new people playing it, or like don't play this, or stuff like that. Okay? So please don't discourage people from playing games that they want to play. Okay? Lizard, indeed, Nilo! Speaking of ZA, we are playing it all day Tuesday. And tomorrow we are playing some Final Fantasy XIV. By the way, offline, the lovely and magnificent Solar and Dustin have helped me make a free company for the Pouch Pals. So anyone who wants to join the free company is more than welcome. I will be accepting all requests from Pouch Pals tomorrow. On Wednesday, we have our D&D one-shot with Tau and friends. So we're gonna have, well, actually, I still don't want to say exactly who, because I don't know who is gonna be able to make it. But hopefully everyone can make it. They're wonderful people. You know all of them if you've hung out here for practically any amount of time. And we have Storm as our DM, which is very exciting always. Let's see. After all this time, I finally figured out what the heck the lizard meme actually came from. Let's see. And then the Pouch Pals play all of Dispatch. That's gonna be a long stream. There's a chance that if I can, I might actually start it about an hour early. It pings in the Discord if I start an hour early. And if you have notifications on for Twitch, it will let you know when I'm going live. But I think this may be about a 10-hour stream, 10 to 11 hours. I will ask you guys, we will probably spend the first like half an hour or so deciding what kind of a Robert you want, because I don't want to have you guys picking literally every single decision. I want you to tell me what kind of alignment you want Robert to have, and then for the major decisions like who we're courting, which characters we're kicking out or bringing in, that I will let you choose all of. Okay, does that sound fair? And we will play all of Dispatch, so you got the entirety, all 8 episodes of Dispatch coming at you live on Thursday. On Thursday. Let's see. And then on Friday, we got our art stream and My Game Awards. Lovely Strat is going to be putting together a very delightful presentation for us, and we appreciate him for it. Thank you very much, Strat. That'll be fun. We're gonna go over what I really like this year. You guys are gonna tell me what you really like this year. As usual, we will have you guys deciding on songs from Spotify. Saturday, I am taking off to spend time with Nath, and I also have some IRL job stuff that I gotta do. Boo hiss. And then on Sunday, we resume our typical with Persona 5. Thank you for feeding me, lovely Ren. Also, lovely Hyperman. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here. I think we should be able to get through it faster this time. I don't know, because I didn't let you guys vote last time. So I do wonder. Thank you for the lurk, lovely Sam. Appreciate it, sweetheart. Gonna phone my parents real quick. Oh, absolutely. Tell them that we say hi. CJ! Hi, cutie CJ. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hi there, Hyperman. How are you, hon? It's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome, welcome. How has your 2026 began, honey? Does anyone have any questions about our upcoming marathon week of streaming? Thank you for the care package. Awesome, Ozzy. Much appreciated. The parents say hello, pals. Happy New Year. Did they really? That's so sweet. I love your parents. Can they adopt me? Good day, sweet soup. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. It's been very sleepy for me. December was busy. Fair enough, Hyper. Fair enough. I hope that you're getting enough rest in the new year then. What did you get up to for December? It's nice to see you on the new year. It is amazing to see you as well, sweetie. Welcome in. Thanks for being here. I have a question about your stream setup. Okay, sure. Shoot. I hope you have some care packages ready for the week. I have frozen meals. Welcome to the coziest corner of Twitch indeed, Yuki. Thank you, cutie pie. Appreciate you always welcoming our lovely new pals. Are you gonna stream for the normal amount of time each stream? Oh, great question, Nix. Yes, but there are 2 exceptions. One exception is on Wednesday for the D&D one shot. I don't know how long that will be, so we will go for as long as that goes, basically. I will probably have a cutoff at about the 6 or 7 hour mark. And then for Thursday, that's gotta go. I said we would play it all. We will play it all. So, the pouch playing Dispatch is gonna go as long as it needs to. Everything else is gonna be about 6 hours. Yeah, about 6 hours. So, Final Fantasy 14 tomorrow will be 6 hours. Today will be 6 hours. ZA will be 6 hours. Persona 5 on the 11th will be about 6 hours, or 5 hours, sorry, 5 hours for that one. And then Friday will probably be about 5 to 6 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Between 3 and 6 hours is my guesstimation. Perfect, Storm. Perfect. That'll be perfect. Awesome. Hopefully you have plenty of food. You gotta eat double for me. I would love to eat more food. I love food. More corn. I'm the kind of guy that makes gifts for people. Oh, that's so cool. So most of the month was doing that nonstop. Oh, Hyper, that's amazing. Can I ask what kind of gifts you made? Let's see. Do you have rules on who can raid you? No, not really. Ideally, we will get people who are of a similar vibe, you know? We do have a, if what you mean is like set up rules, I do have a thing that says anyone under 3 can't raid, but I think 3 people still can. But like 1 or 2 can't raid because I don't want to, we've had like hate raids before and we've had like bot raids before. And so to avoid that, and also to avoid constantly, you know, when people raid, I make a really big deal out of it. And if I have like 1 or 2 people raiding and then I'm spending like 15 or 20 minutes talking, that's another issue. So yeah, it's the only like set up rule is that you have to have like more than 2 people. That's it. I love food, but I'm struggling to eat. Why are you struggling to eat, sweetheart? Sadly, can't make a supermarket order to deliver to a P.O. box to send out. Many times I've gone! I would love many times I've gone, pretty please. That makes sense. Thank you. No worries, sweetheart. My pleasure. Okay, so that's that. So we've got our, that's our, what is this called? Schedule. That's our schedule. And now let's go watch some clips. I love clips. Clips are fun. Hold on. I gotta pull them up. We're gonna watch some clips from the very start of our time together. I'm very excited. We do have to go on a break before I do that though. If you guys have any specific clips that you would like, please don't hesitate to let me know. All right. Shorts. I'm gonna just scroll all the way back so you guys can have a little flav of the OG model. I'm dealing with ulcers. Oh no, Nilo, I'm so sorry, hun. Have you gone to see a doctor? Oh, I'm sorry, lovely. I know Lav's typo will be there. 100%. We're actually gonna go back and look at like the old stuff. Like when we were playing Red Dead. Let's go back and look at some of those. That'll be fun. Tal, what was Nate's reaction? What do you mean, Saru? In what context, if I may? Okay, hold on. I just need to put brain. Cool. Okay, awesome. Boop! Yay! I will move over. Oops, sorry, I'm moving chat over there. I will actually. Oh no, actually, this is good. We'll put this here. Let's put this here. Let's put this here. Okay, cool. That's good. That's good. And yes, that is the quality. That is the full quality of these old clips. But we're gonna have to deal with it. Yeah, we'll go on a break first. Clips shown of moments before I came in. Yeah. We're gonna see Geralt. You are. I've gotten to a doctor reluctantly. They basically gave me overpriced narcotics to deal with it. That doesn't seem like it would solve the issue of an ulcer. Am I wrong about that? Is that not how? Is that how ulcers work? Like, let me see. I'm curious indeed. Oh my gosh, you guys are gonna be like, wow. We have like 300 clips, but they are under a minute, so it shouldn't take long. That's what I was hoping. Oh, Nate's reaction to the art. Oh, he loved it, sweetheart. He's a big fan. He thought it was really, really great. And he's like, oh, that kind of makes me want to play. That kind of makes me want to play Dispatch. And I'm like, you should. You aren't wrong. Ulcers are usually caused by pain meds and a bacterial infection. So what the fuck? That's so messed up. I'm so sorry, hon. That really, that's so unfair. All right, give me just a second. Hold on, I might need to unhide some stuff. Yeah. We'll hide that. Oh God, I have to hide all those. Hold on. Hide that. I'm just getting it set up so that when we come back from our break, you'll be able to. Oh, actually, you know what? We're gonna, because we're gonna need to mute that anyway. Oh, you know what I can do? Wait, my road thing, my new interface, my new audio interface, is really good. Oh, it scared me. Sorry. This is my new interface. Let me just see here. So configuration, that's not what I'm looking for. Audio setup. There we go. Okay. I think. Hold on, I gotta just test this. Oh my god, it's ancient. Hold on a second. Nope, that's not it. Does that work? No, no, wait for it. Hold on.
Okay.
I think that's it. Okay, how is the volume on that?
God, that's the fucking worst. I am.
Is it loud enough that you can hear it, but not too loud that it overpowers me?
Wow.
Kind of quiet? All right, I'll crank it up a little more.
Why am I dead? What happened?
How's that?
Wait, what's gone? What's happened? Oh, the bounty. Wow. Oh my god.
That good?
We almost had another.
Still a bit quiet? How's that?
Oh, fuck. What? Wait.
Sounds
What?
good? Or is that too loud?
I don't understand. I was trying to pull him up.
Much better? Okay, great.
What is it with people fucking
Excellent.
pulling?
Okay. When we get back, we'll replay that and then we'll watch a few more clips together. But we gotta go on a quick break, sweethearts. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Oh yes, we will also lower the background music. Good point. Lovely Aussie, good point. Thank you very much. I am also setting you up with a boss battle. Please feel free to enjoy and I'll see you in 3 hours. I'm knocking my head against the mic again.
And speaking of people who visit Lumios, let's get to filming. Hold up. Where'd your guide go? You don't look that touristy without it. That's what he's concerned about? Wow, thanks, buddy. Holy. Next break is 15 minutes. All right, got it, Strat. And then you go to sleep. Go to sleep or else. Go chihuahua on your ass. Already got you. I would like to do my Badoo show before it's time to do the other kind of show at night, which is to say Pokemon battles. This is highway robbery. Will we or will we not be having Secret Santa this year? Oh, Patricia, so Strat tried to set that up a little bit ago, like a few weeks ago, and we got very little interest, so since I'm not able to keep up with it. Lizard! Yes! Yes! I am powerful! Thank you, Esme. Thank you for the lizard, Esme. I appreciate it. Oh, and thank you for the comment. I heal him? Oh, die! You're gonna die! You're gonna die, kid! Hold on. What? No! I haven't saved. I forgot to save the whole time I've been streaming. What? Those are cool. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck! What are you doing out of the water? Illegal! 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 Kill it! Kill it! This is illegal! Get back to where you came from! You little shit! Oh! Did I get him? Nice. Good job. Like, there were pieces of fashion outfits that I'm like, oh, yeah, I could probably, you know, integrate that. But, oh, God, he's so big! Look at it! It's a Garbodor! Please don't try and kill me. Please don't try and kill me. Okay, he's trying to kill me! Run! I thought he would be passive. Oh, fuck. Wait. No. Oh, okay. Hopefully that works. Oh, yeah! We got our first shiny, guys! Yes, it was fed to us like a fucking spoon feeding a baby, but that doesn't matter. We got it all the same. You will. Ooh, I
my Wubba Whittle challenge. Okay, next. Towoo, cowoo, you whoop, you say woo woo woo, moo woo, the woo woo, best do woo, Tasmanian woo, tiger woo woo. I certainly can woo. And speaking of people who visit Lumios, let's get to filming. Hold up. Where'd your dad go? You don't look that touristy without it. That's what he's concerned about? Wow, thanks, buddy. Holy. What, like a... Welcome in, sweetest Storm. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome.
I shrink to become sweeter. And my name is the cut that makes things grow. A raisin. That makes no sense.
Hello, 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 sweethearts. Welcome back. I missed you lots. Let me just, I'm gonna scoop my ass over here a little bit. I'm gonna come hang out with you guys, over here so that we can watch this together. Welcome back. And thank you so much, Cutie Cat, for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Oh, we have the return. It's time for the return, is it? Okay, let me catch up with everybody real quick and then I will return. Awesome Aussie, welcome back, sweetie pie. Welcome back. Obbies for you. Hey, good Aussie. Welcome back, Nix Potato / Jam Slice. Obbies for you. Hey, good Nix. My name is Monstera. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome back and welcome in. How are you doing? It is a pleasure to see you. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for your very generous Christmas / New Year's gifts. Sweetest Saturday, welcome back. Happy Holly, welcome back. Uppies for you. Yee, good Holly. Cutie Cat, welcome back. Uppies. Yee, good cat. Is the volume all the way up on YouTube? It's not, because I don't want it to overpower what I'm saying. Well, I mean, on YouTube it is, but like, I could make it louder if you guys want, but, did you do the credits? I did, but there's no way to tell if it works until the end of stream. Even with me being here for close to 2 years, not the longest, I have seen Tau change slowly over time, slowly improving. It will be interesting to see the older clips. I'm so excited! You've been here for so long though, Nick, so I'm really, really excited to see, particularly what like OGs think of all this old stuff. But let me go, let's bring back our Guel. Hold on. Let me just, where's Steam? There it is. Come on. Type. There we go. Aha! Scary. I'm here to freak you out. Are you excited? All right. 1 second. Let me. There she is. She's behind me, isn't she? Let's see. Some clips may need the volume to be a tad bit higher. Oh, good point. Good point. Well, I can mess with the audio mixer then. Let's see. Out of the freezer with the old one. Time to defrost her. Give me a second to defrost. I must stop here and then connect there. Oh, of course. Hold on, I'm gonna have to get rid of this one. Ah! I'm back, baby. We're back. We're back again. All right, give me just a second. I'm gonna just, yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Time to start for 10 minutes. Thank you, Stride. Much appreciated. Yeah, I think you could probably be an OG, Nix. You've been around for like, honestly, I think that everyone gradually morphs into being an OG by the time that they're like around for longer than they're not. So like, we've been streaming this year, we will have been streaming for 3 years. So people who came in more than a year and a half ago would be OGs by then. And then next year, people who came in more than 2 years ago would be OGs. And then the next year, 2.5. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? So I think that like everyone will eventually be OGs. Welcome back, version 1. It's been a while. She's calling us old. I'm not. We're so back. Yeah. Time to dust off the old one. I've never seen this. It's a cute model too. Oh, thank you, hun. This is the very first model. I made this one. I drew her. I learned how to rig her. She's a bit scuffed in her own ways, but you'll see a lot of her in these old clips. I'm an OG. You are a skeleton, but I am old. You're not old. A year and 10 months. You're almost, wait, a year and 10 months, a year and a half. Yes, you're an OG. You're an OG now. Tell, you cute tiger, how are you? I wasn't here if you got to my message. I did, sweetheart. It's such a pleasure to see you. I'm waving. You can't even see me. It's such a pleasure to see you. Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here, hun. I'm glad I can be a part of the community. I'm so glad that you're here too, sweetheart. I'm usually called OGs. No. 1 year and 4 months. Not yet. Almost though, Ozzy. Almost. Iridius. A year and 6 months. Boom. OG. Wow. By 2 days. Good job. 2 years. Okay. Bublin is truly OG. Truly OG. Strat is incredibly OG. Strat, what's your follow age, Strat? Oh, nice. 2 years, 3 months. Yeah, Skellington, you're an OG. I've been thinking about joining, but I've been hesitating for the same reason. My resolution is not to be afraid of myself. Why is that, apparition? A year and 10 months. Let's go, Nix. Yeah, Strat, 2 years, 7 months. That's right, because you started hanging out with me a month into my streaming, I want to say. Yeah, truly OG. 7 months is still a great amount of life giving to this tastic person. I'm so grateful. Listen, just because you're not an OG yet does not mean that I don't enormously appreciate your presence, your contribution of kindness and warmth and individuality to this wonderful community. I hope that you realize that this is just, and I mean, honestly, this OG thing, I'm just like, I'm arbitrary thoughts. Why not? A year and 9 months, OG. 882 hours. Okay, maybe you get honorary OG. I don't think I've been here long. That's okay, Solar. You will be here more and more and more and more and more and more and more. I've known you a lot longer, but that's not relevant here. That's true, Dustin. You are OG friend. OG friend. I did lurk through Dustin. That's true, Solar. Honorary OG. Boom. Don't make me cry now. Only if it's happy tears. Let's see. A year and 4 months. Yet it feels like I've known you virtually all my life, Tao. I feel the same about you, Awesome Ozzy. Solar's also known you longer just from seeing you via my phone. Exactly. 11 months, 19 days. Very nice, Fabulous Frostbite. Thank you so much. Not far from a year, it's true. All right, let's go visit. The pal attack. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Apparition. You can't pal attack with this model. Strat, do you mind refunding those points to lovely Apparition until we can get the new model back? All right, so you guys, this is one of our first clips. I think I might have edited this one at this point. Strat, you'll be able to tell when Strat's exceptional skills come into the mix. They're not here. I like throwing redeems. I know, Apparition. It's okay. She'll be back in like, what, 8 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. Thank you so much, Sweet Strat.
Oh my god. We almost had another. Oh, fuck. What? Wait. Wait, what? Wait, what? I don't understand. I was trying to pull him up. What is it with people fucking falling? What is it with, what the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, far out. Okay.
God, look at the frame rate.
Day. God, I'm a fucking
Hi, Chi. Welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you.
The clip. Oh fuck, I wasn't looking was looking at chat.
Long live the
Wow.
king.
Why am I dead? What happened? What's gone? What's happened? Oh, the bounty.
Just me, you know, classic Tau things. Fucking something up, fucking another thing up, being shocked when everything fails. Well, that's another one down the river, sure is. The launch off the horse got me. I do love that. That's so funny. Oh, here you go. This is
That's what I'm
this is my New Vegas battle strategy because we were playing some Fallout New Vegas at this point.
gonna do. Like this. Like this. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm sorry, I have to finish my plan. Here's the bad guy. This is that John Cobb guy or whatever. And he's dead. For some reason, his entire body is in bits.
Shocked
And
old
here I
Tau
am.
should be a meme. Your
and
art has come far since this
fine.
drawing.
So, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, mouse drawing. Very good mouse drawing.
Oh yeah, you can have it. You can. There we go. We'll give you back your horse. I just need to borrow. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck? Oh! He's gonna go report me to the fucking cops now. I approached too closely and now he's like running away. Oh, God. Another guy to chase. Hey, you know what? You're right.
Look! Strat. Strat. Borrow forever. Yeah. Red Dead 2 was really good. I borrowed it! I did! I borrowed his horse. It's not my fault. He thought I was trying to run him over or some shit. The amount of times he punched a horse in this game was not intentional! I love horses. Microsoft Paint is the only art software I use, as it's better than anything else out there, snobby face with a smirk. I do like the idea of shocked 1.0 Tau being a meme, though. That's really funny.
Oh, is it gonna fall? If I... Oh. Well, sorry, buddy. If you had come here like, you know, like 10 minutes ago and I had to pick between killing you or killing the other feller, I probably would have chosen the other feller. But, oh fuck, I'm gonna die now.
Jesus.
Oh, brother. You want to talk about some instant karma? That's what that is. I just want to loot his corpse. That's it. Strat, you're right. I didn't kill him. I just let him die.
Strat helping me with the oh, this was a harrowing story from my childhood. I don't even know if this one's funny. I don't remember. But Strat's helping me with what's it called? Something culpability. Plausible deniability. That's it. Tau on seeing in Red Dead 2 horse. Shoryuken! Yeah, exactly. Can I request a revisited series where you go back to games you've played? I would love to do that sometime. I would be very down for that. I remember streams where we were just exploring stuff for like 4 to 5 hours in audio and just chatting. It was so much fun. That's a great game. I almost heard that sound effect. Yeah. Yep. The Wilhelm scream. Ah! I started to feel as bad for the trees as I did for the horses. In the words of Limp Bizkit, keep rolling. Slipping down mountains was a common occurrence. That is true. That is true. Even back then, we can see Strat in chat. It's true. There will be more where you guys are going to be like, oh, I know that person. I know that person.
So I used to sleep with a glow stick at the end of my bed.
Why did I do
A little
this?
bit unhinged. It made me feel like I had magic powers. I don't know. I had very vivid imagination. Huh. Why? Well, I thought that it would protect me. I thought that it was acid. And yes, I was a really twisted kid. Anyway, I thought it was acid. And if anyone came into my room, I could throw it at them and it would break and it would soak them in acid and they would leave me alone. That was the logic there. So I used to sleep with a glow stick at the end of my bed. A little bit unhinged. It made me feel like...
Oh, I didn't finish telling the story about how I bit it. I wound up with glow stick goo in my mouth. It was terrible. Sound logic. I see no fault. Thank
you, Yuki! Exactly. See, Yuki gets it. All right, we got our timer up, so let me just close this down, and we will say farewell to her. Look, I'm already back. Look, I'm getting really good at this. I'm getting really good at this whole, there we go. Oh, shit, all right. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, great. Ha! All right. Hi, I'm back in all of my three-dimensional glory. Literally the same day that picture was taken, the horses got involved in an accident in the parking lot. One horse bumped a car and set off the alarm, which started the other and made it run off and break its yoke. What? Wait, when was that? Oh, speaking of horses, the wildest thing happened over the break I forgot to share. Remember the cute black horses I posted about meeting when I went to visit family? Yes, I do. They got involved in an accident. A horse bumped a car, set off an alarm, startled the other, made it run off and break its yoke. Jesus Christ, man. I love horses, but they are a little bit dummy sometimes. There's glass in a glow stick. Yep. Yeah. Back into the freezer with her! Thank you for the return, Fabulous Frostbite. Much appreciated. You do, in fact, have accent now. What? Wait, do you actually hear it? Like, do you hear the difference between back then and now? Frost over again! You bit a glow stick, which you thought had acid in it. How have you survived this long? Okay, that was a different... Okay. This particular glow stick, I didn't think had it. I just thought that maybe the magical powers, which I also referred to in this lovely clip, would transmit to me if I ate the glow. I've had glow stick liquid in my eyes on accident once before. It didn't faze me at all. If anything, it upset me. I was 10 back then and my imagination was wild. I thought it was gonna give me night vision. That makes sense. That's sound logic as well. Child me accidentally glued my thumb and finger. Yeah, I definitely don't do that as an adult. Luckily, the horses weren't harmed, nor were people, but a car was messed up. I bet it was. That's scary, though, Red. Oh, my gosh. You do notice the accent difference. That is fascinating. Quote, I bit into a glow stick. Hey, Tao, I have sent a video into media of a new settings menu for the TauTassieTiger game, and it would be TauTassieTiger to get your opinion on it if it's not too much of a hassle. Can I check it after stream, lovely Halu? Thank you so much for your hard work. Ooh, the new Marvel heroine, Tao, glow in the dark. We can make some action figures out of that. I'm starting to realize why you are the way you are. Yep.
You want to put the towel in the bath? Where the fuck? Oh. Dumb. You want to put the...
Yep. And I took longer than that to figure it out too. That was me cutting the clip. I would play with Spottis as a kid and wondered if I would ever get powers. Missed the radioactive part. Oh God, Strat, did you ever wind up getting bitten? I think the glow material isn't super toxic, luckily. Probably. Don't quote me on that, or start drinking the stuff. Yeah, I don't know. When I was a kid, maybe it was not great. Aren't Tasmanian Tigers bioluminescent? Only if we touch the bioluminescent moss. Golden days of TauTassieTiger streams.
Wow, this guy's a dick. Let's get him. Yeah, bitch. Oh no! No, I killed him! Fuck! Fuck! Shit. Damn it. I didn't mean to kill him.
I didn't, I swear.
I ran over his ass.
I truly stopped my horse as fast as I could.
You know.
All of these are Red Dead. Geralt! Our beloved Geralt. Oh, this is my favorite clip.
Oh my fucking god, what the fuck? Geralt. There was no need for that. Do not fall off that cliff. Do not fall off the cliff.
I love this one too, Dustin.
Wow. You know.
Like horse like mother. The glow sticks are slightly less toxic, but still don't taste like lemon, orange, or cherry. That's true. Very unreasonable of them to not make them flavored.
A lot of slipping and sliding. Tao and cliffs don't mix. Lore learned. There really is an accent difference. Really? I genuinely don't hear it. Bad time to drink. Did you just cough it out? This and one other one with horses comes to mind. Someone say lore. What's this? I have to take this all the way there. Did I need to do this in the dead of night? Is that what they wanted me to do? And instead, oh, I hired somebody for some of these when I was like, this is taking too long and I don't have the time. Taking a very, very highly explosive vehicle. Oh my god. Wait, we have some more OGs. Okay, Red, Strat, Rogue. Look at all these cuties. They're like currently in the chat. I don't know if Rogue is currently in the chat, but Red, he's currently in the chat. Would action figure Tau be able to be flipped around from this visual to quad thylacine like a reverse transformer? Fuck yeah, that'd be amazing. That would be a requirement. My favorite one is the one where you shoot first and then question what you did. We'll get to that one, I'm sure. What happened to the horse? It just crumbled. The psychotic. Oh no. I love this one too. This is Prince of Persia. It's too far apart. It's the right amount of degrees apart. Okay, now I know this is gonna break. Whoa. Okay, I cannot be blamed for whatever the fuck just happened there. We're doing a full-on tap dance. Can I? Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me fucking fuck. Y'all, can you just live together? Like, oh, this was for one of our demo nights, I think. This is Fabledom. It's actually a really cute game. I don't remember. Oh, capitalism. Capitalism! I don't know. Tighter together. I don't like having to give you guys bigger backyards. I'm starting to finally understand the appeal of capitalism. Don't say that, Tal. I'm just kidding. Thank you for the lurk, Holler. Don't clip that. That's out of context. Y'all, can you just... Yeah, that's right. We can name the villagers as well. Oh, this is Palia. Oh, whoa. Whoa. Wait, what? Hold up. What is that? What is that? Whoa, it's so pretty. Holy shit. Wait, we're going after that. We have got to go after that. That's so cool.
Capitalism.
I've never seen that before. Yay, capitalism. Hovels is all those peasants need. You used to say y'all like I do. I still do if you redeem the southern accent redeem. Wow, it's so far. What is that? It's glowing. That's amazing. Ah, where'd you go? Oh my god, I'm stalking this thing across the map. This is incredible. It looks awesome. I want to know what that gives you when you kill it. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, we did it! We did it! Holy shit! Oh my god! What did that just give us? What was that? Oh, cool! It's a mounted Cermak! Oh, that's so cool! Oh, I'm so excited! I was so excited, dude! I'd never seen something like that before. Oh! The world around you begins to fade away. Without any energy to keep your eyes open, darkness overtakes you. Oh my. We might get steamy here. This is the Kentucky Fried Chicken visual novel. This shit's so funny too. My sickness is making me cough every 2 seconds. Oh, Jet, I'm sorry, hun. Lots of water. Capitalism! And somehow that would be so much closer to socialism. But I think if we keep capitalism, it's probably going to be mistaken. So we might have to go with socialism instead. There. Is it time? The timing. Is it time for steamy? Fully restores Deadeye. That's what I want. Thank you. I'll take that. I'll take that, and we will now succeed, hopefully. Oh, wait. Are they gone? I'm wasting this. Wasted all the Deadeye there. Uh-oh, dead innocent people. Dead innocent people. And it's fine because, oh, excuse me. Oh! Oof. Oh my god. Jesus. Holy shit, guys, you both okay?
We still have that sound alert too.
Uh-oh. There he is. Is that him?
That white is better or black
this
is
guy.
better.
I love this
It's
clip.
the
Eugenics for
beginners. Coincidence would
Holy
have it, and I'm thereby capable of higher thought. But that's not the matter
Oh
at hand.
my
What I
God.
am a friend
Hi there, my friend.
is- Can't you see I'm trying to help you? Oh my lord!
yeah, bitch.
Holy fuck, man. I love the edit on this one. There are no dead innocents in RDR. They are either dead or innocent. True.
Oh my god. There he is. Is that him?
That's funny.
Can you catch them in the act of pooping?
Okay. Sorry, Strat. We have your pooping clip. We caught you live. You're going to go for a bit. Oh, good, Sweet of Space. Thank you for hanging out, hun. We'll see you later. Fun fact, everyone kills this dude in every video I see. Oh, that's good. That means you're watching the right people. Not this one. Yeah, this is when we're playing, what is this game? Cult of the Lamb. Caught in 4K.
Sorry. It was literally just as I was saying it. It was Strat. I knew it was Strat the whole time. Can you catch them in the act? A literal money tree.
Hold
yeah.
on, let me see if I
wore
let's
stuff.
let's scroll a little bit. Oh,
Wait,
this
what?
is my
What did I
old
do wrong?
PNG.
We have to go now. I can't leave without you. Oh, that's sad. Wait, what?
God,
What
the
did I do wrong?
the audio on that one was bad too. Let's hold on, let's
And now we have who's
Oh, this was when we were playing Phantasy Star Online.
this? Oh, it's Ina.
Yeah, let's do this. Time to find those.
Oh, ow! What the fuck? I'm talking. Rude.
Your RDR Pwn has a long braid like you. He does. We love Geralt, our beautifully braided Geralt tail. This isn't a past clip compilation. It is. It is. Happy New Year to you, excellent Eric. Welcome in. How are you? Yeah, this is even older.
If you say so. Oh, I didn't fucking do anything that time. What the fuck is with these? What the hell, man?
I love him just picking up his hat.
It's been a while since I've played the online version, so I don't remember where the directions go. Ah! Oh my god.
What
oh
are
my
we doing
god.
here?
Oh my god. Oh!
Oh! Hole.
As you talk Miriam up, you can feel her nerves begin to ease. You know what? Maybe everything will be okay after all. And if not, at least I have these killer bangs.
Which kind of look like she kept them herself, but that's okay.
Can you believe I got them myself? But, nothing will ever replace my precious Geralt.
Oh, this was after Geralt died. That was such a tragic quest. We still mourn Geralt years later.
A big lump with numb, it's got the juice. Can't imagine a more beautiful thing.
Yeah!
Ah, that's my chord anthem. We already know that one. Hold on, we're gonna scroll a little bit. I want to get to Strat's edits because they're so good. And there's so many of these that, let me see. Oh, this is that's an accidental horse
and then you
punching.
go,
Hold on.
Whee! Oh, yes, like that. Oh,
Hello?
fuck, not
Wait,
like that.
hello?
Oh my god. Yeah,
Wait, hello? Are you gonna move there?
I want this one. I like the white one. You got me in the white. Oh, fuck! No, oh my god!
God, dude.
Jesus. I meant to comment.
Fuck.
I'm pressing G. You guys didn't see that. Oh my god. I want this one.
I didn't mean to.
And then you go, whee! Oh, yes, like that. Oh, fuck, not like that. Oh my god.
That's getting over it, which
You
made
were
me
getting
scream and
happy.
quit.
Sometimes. Oh,
The horse's head recoiled. Oh my god. You were in that chat, Red. I saw your name. Oh, man. Yeah, we played Getting Over It, Ozzy. Oh, that was misery. Oh, this was from inside?
yeah, no more submarine jokes for you because. Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! fucking shit. Fuck. Ah! Oh my god.
I thought that I would be able to outrun that one.
guys are
Oh, this is another Fantasy Star Online too.
Sweet. I feel like we've established a really positive community here, and I want to keep it that way. And the best way to do that is to fuck. Sorry, that's not what I meant to say. Sorry. That
Classic
was
Tau. Classic Tau.
Also, if we're gonna be evil. Oh.
Well, that is a good way to do it.
A second. Oh no! Oh my god! Fuck! No!
Oh, that was so sad. Oh my god.
They're already.
No, I'm not punching more horses.
I love that. one with, like, the
Accidentally.
massive bear paws on my tits. Sorry.
Okay, ad break time. Ad break time. Oh, wait, I see Eon. We see Eon. Wait, can you, like, hello? We see Eon, we see Loner.
They were saying the Catherine
Strat.
Hey, hold up. This
Oh, that's a spoiler. I won't do that to you guys.
And hurl it into outer space, or whatever the fuck. What's going on here? Hold on.
so this.
Oh no! Oh no! You idiot! What the fuck?
Dude literally runs into the broadside of a train. The ad break cover up. Yep, exactly.
You idiot!
Tau, I won't punch horses anymore accidentally. I never punch horses on purpose. I love horses. The things you see in this game, I know she chased him to his death. It wasn't intentional.
Oh my god! Ow, ow.
Hold on. I want strat clips.
Frog, Czech Republic, dear pill.
Oh, this is when Nathan and I went for my birthday to Europe. There we go.
Frog, Czech Republic, dear pill. Ooh, torture room! Frog, Czech Republic.
I did find a torture room.
Astarian, what the fuck are you doing, my guy? Why are you creeping? Why is he creep? Did he just eat the cat? Where's his familiar? Oh, okay, the cat's there. I heard a cat, and I was like, oh my god, I hope he didn't eat the cat.
Do we have the It Takes Two clip? Do we? I actually don't know. Hold on. It's so fucking hot in here, you guys. I've got these little tiny Ryobi fans. I'm hoping you guys can't hear them when they're running. But I have two of them so that when one runs out, I can turn on the other one. No. Oh, thank God. Okay. Okay, good. Hopefully you can't hear it. My new soundbite. Ooh, torture room! Are we reviewing back to 2025 Tau Days? We are reviewing back to 2024. I think this is 2024 potentially.
If you're about to start a lecture, I'm not interested.
Because we re-debuted with this model in 2025. So once we, right? Is that right? I actually don't remember. I think so. I think so? Is it 2025 we re-debuted? Yeah, this is 2024. Yeah, okay. Let's see.
Tasty rat? I don't want to eat the rat. We're not eating the rat. I wonder if there's something we can do to help the rat, though. All right, well, maybe we can do it with our bare hand. We must free the rat. Free the rat. What are you doing? What are you doing? Surely you're not eating it. Do not eat the rat. Bad 6, naughty 6. You're in fucking timeout. Oh my god. I am appalled. You didn't even...
Oh! This is when we were watching, oh, what's it called? Daily Dose of Internet. That sounds good, Jen. I hope you feel better, hun. You were using your old model when I first saw you. Oh, really? Wait, like, was it before we re-debuted, or was it, like, with the return redeem?
What the hell? Oh! Was on time, Loner. Oh my. Are you sitting on the F5?
Hold on, we gotta find
We gotta find. Oh, this is when I'm playing WoW.
I'm playing an At the moment, we only have. I'm going to be extra erect. Oh my god, are you serious? You were able.
Oh my god, we have so many fucking clips. Okay, maybe
I'm quite a
maybe because there are like over 300. Maybe we will just like find the ones Strats edited because they're so much better than these shitty ones that I've edited. Oh, we were playing Sonic 2 at the time. Ah.
Can
I appeared before the new model?
Oh, can I Thunderwave all of them off? Go. Whee! Come on. Oh, yes! Yeah! Allow me, shall I? God is dead. God remains dead, and we have killed him. And how shall we comfort ourselves? The mowers of our mowers. What was howliest and mightiest of our that the world have owned has bowed to death under our knives. Who will wipe this blood off of us? What do it flow from Queen ourselves?
Oh, if you hold down on it, then it speeds up. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. Lav baby language, the first encounter. True. Pop wanna go happy art back? Oh, good, lovely Red. We'll see you soon. Thank you for the lurk. Have a good one, beautiful Blue. Thank you for joining us, hun. We'll hopefully see you in the not too distant future. Thank you so much for being here. What was hold up, what, Sweet Skellington?
Cow isn't eating the food, she's making love to it. Nah, you you would know. Oh, we're getting drawn in again. Ring. I love you, please! Thank you, you're the best. Pick me up. Please pick me up. 6? Pick me up, please, 6. What did I? No, please. What are you doing? Don't you Mufasa and scar me, you bitch! Fuck!
Almost near the edits, a few more clips? Okay.
Burn it away. Loner is
You are what? Erect? Okay, someone had redeemed... Wait. Someone had redeemed a posture check, and I was not paying attention to the words coming out of my mouth, and I should have said, I will be extra upright for you, but instead I said erect, which technically is still the proper term, but also it has other connotations, and therefore it was wrong, but we clipped it anyway. You did say Sweet Snivy! Yes! I should have seen that automod coming.
Everyone at once. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Oh! I love this song.
Boing,
Boing, boing, boing. Boing, 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 boing. Boing, boing. Boing, boing, boing. Boing, 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 boing. Boing, boing. Boing, boing, boing. Boing, 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 boing. Boing, boing, boing. We both. I laugh at the same fucking time. So scary. So scary.
I think he's probably, let me see. He is probably a power bottom monster. A power monster. I think he's probably, let me see. He is probably a power
monster.
New song.
Power
Wow.
monster. Tau Christmas outfit before the new model. Yeah, that was cute, wasn't it? I like that one.
Like about corn by Tau. Exactly.
Oh, I'm tiny here.
So scary. Oh, Jesus fuck.
Oh,
my
Soma,
God.
dude.
Oh my God. Oh no. Oh, fuck. Holy shit. No. You can't hear me. I'm not moving. Turn around. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Oh my God, I can't believe it turned around and left me alone. It's so scary. Oh, Jesus. What is that? What,
So then we were playing some demos. Oh, this was during our Prince of Persia Lost Crown, I think, right? Gotta love power bottoms. That is so much. That is so much.
Get him! No, don't come back. Unlocks the grave building.
Yeah, the new Prince of
my
Persia.
OCD. Yes. I'm gonna get demolished next. Okay.
I think she was right. Now I'll have to drag Connor's coffin all the way home. It's the only way this child will ever meet their father.
Wow. Jesus. I forgot about that one.
Going. Yes, Ian. The timing. Oh my.
Oh, so many fart timings.
Pikachu. Next time. Wait, is this?
Oh no, this one was
Wait, is
actually quite
this-
funny.
Is this not real noxious fumes? Is this another illusion? No, it's not. It's not an illusion. It's not an illusion. Holy shit. Wait, is this?
I'm over here trying to be like, I see you, devs. I will uncover your illusions. And then I blow myself up. Laughing at the same time. It's almost like you're the same person. Chat knows how to time things crisp perfectly. True. I'm gonna call it a night and try to get sufficient rest to hopefully make up for the trouble I had sleeping last night. Absolutely fabulous Frostbite. Sweetheart, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in and spending so much time with us. We are so grateful to have you for another year, and hopefully we'll see you very soon. Ciao for now, sweetie pie. Oh, I think these are strat. Are these your edits?
And torch stuff.
Oh my god.
I spent most of my day today working out.
Yes, these are strat for sure.
Not most of it. That's very dramatic. Sorry. I'm a little bit dramatic. I spent most of my day.
Hello? Go up.
I spent
Go up. Thank you.
to mask and torch stuff. Oh shit. Okay. Oh shit. Everyone stay still. Everyone stay still until it dissipates. Hold your breath. Hold your breath. It's okay. No, Gil. Fuck me.
Fucking Gale.
Jesus Christ, buddy. To mask.
These are strat edits, TM. They are. They really are. Okay, hold on. You want me to turn up a little more? Let me, Okay, how about that? Hey, that's my namesake! Ah! Sorry! Storm, you wouldn't do that, would you? Oh, Hi-Fi Rush was so fun!
Mommy. Oh, please, no, mommy. I can get his.
Oh, these are quiet, aren't they? Hold on.
Surely. Okay, no, it's not in the river. Shockingly. What is wrong with them? Don't they know it doesn't fucking explanation? I can get his. Pants? Oh,
I would
wear
go for your
shorts.
butt, probably. I would go for your butt. Definitely, Cutie Cryptid. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. How are you? Hi, Muted. Good to see you, hon. I haven't seen you since last year either. How are you doing? It's so good to see ya. Welcome back, Red. I hope the puppy had a good time outside. The new ones were with background music, so the volume had to be adjusted. That makes sense. Hello, lovely lab. Welcome in and welcome back. It's good to see you. I'm doing good. How are you doing? Glad to be back. Oh, I am thrilled to be back, in fact. Thank you so much for coming in. I hope that you had a wonderful end of 2025 and a great beginning of 2026. I've been good, Muted. How are you?
Oh my gosh, we're suddenly a gym leader. You think our main Pokemon is Raichu? Pants? Oh, I'm disappeared. I can't see me. Oh my god, I can't see me. I'm invisible.
Genuinely think that I accidentally glitched the game.
What's happened? Can she see me? Wait. I mean, obviously this is a glitch, but it's a glitch in my favor. I'm invincible. I mean, invisible. I mean, what's the difference in this case? Ooh, there's a box. Don't shoot anybody. Don't shoot anyone. Let me just peacefully pursue these testicles.
Testicles!
Wow, sorry, a chesticles.
Yum, yum. And so, the legend of the chesticles began. Wasn't bad. Nice to have our Tao back in all her glory. I feel glorious to be back and be able to gesture to you properly. Oh my god, sweetheart! What? Thank
Thank you so much, Magnificent Monstera. What the heck? Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Hearts for you. Hearts for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Thank you so much, Magnificent Monstera. Thank you so much, honey. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your incredible generosity and support. Holy shit, out of nowhere. Ah! Thank you so much, lovely. Thank you. We just reached our goal for the week. That means we get to do a raffle, a TV raffle. Yay! Thank you so much, honey. I really appreciate it. Can we get a compilation of Tao saying chesticles? Oh my god, if you want to go through and clip those, I will put those together. Thank you so much, Monstera. That is so fucking kind. Also, Noah, welcome in, hun. Thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream. You sound like you can't breathe. I can't! I'm gonna be waiting 15 minutes for my food. I can feel it. Oh, thank you so much, darling. I really appreciate it. That is so kind. Thank you, Monstera. Oh, and delayed hype train, baby. Thank you, honey. Oh, Noah, did you also just get gifted a sub as well from the very generous gifting bomb that lovely Monstera just sent out? Thank you so much, honey bun. Oh, Monstera jumping straight to a level 7 is crazy. Thank you. Yes, yay! Well, welcome to the plush pouch, lovely Noah. I hope that you enjoy the handmade emotes and the ad-free viewing. Thank you so much. And Muted, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge as well. Thank you, Monstera. Thank you, Sweet Star. Oh, piece of candy. Thank you, honey bun. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Ah! Oh. Nom. Oh, Monstera! More gifty! Thank you so much, sweetheart! Thank you for gifting that sub to the lovely Skellington! Thank you, honey. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you! Also, Magnificent Maid! Welcome in, my darling. I missed you so much. How are you? Thank you for coming in, and thank you for the sticky hearts. What a wonderful way for you to enter, bringing me some delicious edible hearts. Gonna go to bed and lurk through Dust Inside. Absolutely, sweetest Solar. I hope things are going okay with the house and you feel much better, but I hope that you also sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us, lovely Solar. We'll see you later, okay? Oh, hopefully for some, Final Fantasy tomorrow. Final Fantasy tomorrow. And you're back home. Welcome home, cutie cat. Strat brings up a good point. We do have to go on a quick break, but let's finish out the hype train first. And once that is out, then we will go on that break. We are, for those of you who just arrived, we are watching through old clips. You can probably tell. Sorry, I don't know where I'm pointing. You can probably tell. There. You can probably tell based on the old model. Old clips. Feels like it's been forever. So happy to see you back. Hope all is well. Things are going great, sweetheart. Especially because I'm here with you guys now. Thank you for coming in. I missed you so much. I'm so grateful to have you back. That's Retro Tao for you. That is true. Retro Tao indeed. Oh, hold on. This is another one I've forgotten to. Oh, shit. Hold on. What have I done? There we go. There we go. Okay. Let's see. I love the slow panning. I should speak in purrs more often.
Last time, if I had touched him, if I had flicked his nipple,
Please, no! 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 You flipped too hard, damn it!
he would have died.
Strat and his references are so fucking good, dude.
I cannot believe how. Help me step rope.
Tao, you seem to be the perfect size streamer, if that makes sense. I appreciate it. Excuse me! Strat edits now. Yes, too hard, damn it!
Robot? Help me step robot?
Help me, step robot. What am I gonna do? I'm stuck in this washing machine.
What?
Help me step robot?
I love how I had to read it first and comprehend what was said in the chat. Help me, step robot? Oh, I get this reference. I love finding relatable clips. You're fucking amazing at it, so.
This is your pilot. Thank you for flying air streamers. I'll be on Twitch until I 100% this game. Hope it's done before we land. Have a great flight.
Please? Oh, fuck.
Oh wait, it's okay. Math. I'm so good at math.
That was gross. I totally spaced the fact that I had a charisma and favorable beginnings that added up to 5, and so I was like, oh, there's no way I'm gonna get this. And then I was like, oh, wait. Bedtime for me! I will loom non-ominously, I can't read, non-ominously in the shadows. Hope y'all have a good day. And thank you so much for the lurk, sweetheart. Thank you so much for such a generous sub-bomb gift as well, darling. It really means the world. I appreciate it so, so much, Magnificent Monstera. And yes, you get some really good sleep. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams. And we'll see you soon, okay? Thank you so much, sweetie pie. You are such a treasure. I appreciate you. And VX, hi, sweetie pie. Thank you so much for the biddies. Oh, Beast Candy. Thank you, thank you. That plane was later spotted, later seen on the moon. How I don't know. You let Tao try to fly us to Hawaii. I don't think you would trust me on that. No, maybe don't. Good at maths. I heard it was in Australia. Did not have to wait as long as I thought for my food. Good, excellent. I'm happy to hear that. All right, you guys, let's go on a very quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. While this ad break goes, I am also actually going to see if we should keep watching clips or get in on that on Persona. Please do let me know. The poll is now officially live as of you hearing this, so please vote. And I will see you guys in about 3 minutes. Listen, miss you terribly. See you soon. Mwah.
Ooh, I love a little challenge. Okay, next. Towoo, cowoo, you please you say woo 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 the woo woo best do woo Tasmanian woo tiger woo woo. I certainly can woo. Those are cool. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck! What are you doing out of the water? Illegal! 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 Kill it! Kill it! This is illegal! Get back to where you came from! You little shit! Oh! Did I get him? Nice. Good job. Wait. No. Oh. Okay. Hopefully that works. Oh, yeah! We got our first shiny, guys! Yes, it was fed to us like a fucking spoon feeding a baby, but that doesn't matter. We got it all the same. Ooh, I love a little challenge. Okay, next. Towoo, cowoo, you please you say woo 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 the woo woo best do woo Tasmanian woo tiger woo woo. I certainly can woo. of people who visit Lumios. Let's get to filming. Hold up. Where'd your dad go? You don't look that touristy without it. That's what he's concerned about. Wow, thanks, buddy. Holy. I shrink to become sweeter. My name is the cut that makes things grow. A raisin. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Anybody got a guess for Esme's riddle? I shrink to become sweeter, and my name is the cut that makes things grow. May I ask if you find an Eevee, you name it Space? I understand if no, but it wouldn't hurt to ask. Space, I would be happy to, when we start gathering up all of the Eeveelutions, I would be happy to name one of them Space. Like, there are pieces of fashion outfits that I'm like, oh yeah, I could probably, you know, integrate that. But, oh god, he's so big! Look at it! It's a Garbodor! Please don't try and kill me. Please don't try and kill me. Okay, he's trying to kill me! Run! I thought he would be passive. Oh, fuck! This is highway robbery. Will we or will we not be having Secret Santa this year? Oh, Patricia, so Strat tried to set that up a little bit ago. Like...
Well, if it isn't the cutest pals on the planet. Oh, fuck. Sorry, hold on, my mic just decided to, flop. Gary. Don't want that to happen. Hi! Welcome back. I've missed you. Looks like you guys want to keep on watching clips. Pretty almost unanimously. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, sweetest Spartan. Welcome in. How you doing? It's so good to see you. Sweetest Storm. Yes. Abby's. Grab. Welcome back, lovely lab. Abby's. Good laugh. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. Abby's. Good Aussie. Welcome back, next Potato Slice, Jam Slice. Welcome back, dearest Dustin. Welcome back, Magnificent Maid. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, gorgeous Yuki. Welcome back, sweetest Strat. Okay, let's move over here a little bit more. Hold on, I'm gonna scoot. I'm gonna scoot a little bit more over here. Yes. Okay, let's watch. Please. Oh fuck. Oh, we read that one. Read that one?
If I just didn't panic, we would have totally fucked.
What did you just say?
Sorry, that was not what I meant to say.
If I just didn't panic.
I prefer a good old band-aid and a kiss on the cheek. Well, we can arrange that. I'm gonna kiss you, but I'm gonna kiss you as Ash Ketchum.
Fatality.
Being kissed by Ash.
Oh, there's a box.
That's testicles. Wait, did that get uploaded twice by accident?
Icky.
Welcome back, Sweetest Sedu. You ate Timken! Yummy Timken. What kind was it? Just wanted to thank the individual for the sub. Hope all is well. Yay! Spartan, was it from Magnificent Monstera? Monstera, I think, is still lurking, but we are sending the bestest, most grateful vibes for the generosity. They contribute a very generous sub bomb. 30 subbies! And I'm so glad you got one, honey. Oh, adobo, yummy. Skeleton, obbies. Yeah, good skeleton.
What the fuck? Ew!
Yucky! Oh, abort!
Well, that's what I call an abdomen.
Me too. Karlak, we love Karlak. Nothing beats Oporto chicken. You do love your Oporto. And it was pretty good. Something was that.
The timing on that was killer. As soon as I asked, hey, Tao, want to hear something? What's that? Well, it's always a pleasure to have you, sweet Doppel. You know that. Thank you for coming in, sweetie. If you do decide to go to sleep, I totally understand, and I hope you fuck.
What?
Sorry, that was not what I meant to say. I'm really sorry about that. That was a misspeak. That was me trying to talk while I died. Well, it's always a pleasure to have you, sweet Doppel. You. I wonder if I can get Morwen to... Morwen, what are you doing? Do you see her? What? What are you doing? Excuse me, ma'am. She doesn't know what she's doing. Lady! Here, let me help you.
No dawdling. The arisen calls.
Yeah, well, Morwen, it's rich of you to say that. I wonder if I can... The duality of TauTassieTiger,
right now,
true.
but believe me,
The things you say, Tau, the things you say. The way you edit, Strat, the way you edit. Mate, I love the twerking. That was my first Rickroll of 2026. Well done. Well done. Not an absolute cultist. Oh, no fucking way! I'm gonna need all the bonuses I can get, man. Oh my god. Fuck, I love that I'm like, I gotta do this with advantage. No, I can only have, I wanted to add everything. Fuck, alright. Can I re-roll? I can. Fuck me, man. Yes! Oh! I've seen this clip so many times, but it's still like, yeah! So many bleeps. So many bleeps! Thank you for the bleepings. No way. I swear I didn't hack it. The heck? I know! What's the chance of a double 20? Double not 20. The pure joy, dude. I know.
Double not 20!
What the fuck? Hell yeah! I know it's hard. Getting a nat 20 is a monumental moment, and I got 2 of them! Double 20s on dice. Yes, they're natural. 1 to 400 odds. Almost like my luck in having all of you precious pals here. Yeah.
What did you say?
Cavern of the Foreskin. Cavern of the Forsaken. Okay, Cavern of the Foreskin. Oh no, I have fallen from my steed. I must roll. I must roll. Please let me roll. Oh yes, excellent, excellent. And again, yes, yes. Oh, obliterated. Use the spell. Oh,
Here it comes. Almost there.
yay! Yay! Oh yeah, we got! I used it. Reading comprehension moment. Yeah, maybe Forsaken and Foreskin shouldn't look so similar. Saved it. To get any combination of 2 numbers is 1 in 400. 1 out of 20 times 1 out of 20 is 1 out of 400. Oh! I honestly gave up on beeping Tau. You will see it in the newer clips. That's true. I noticed that. Sorry, Strat. I've worn you down. Corn bark? More like corn bark. You have to do what you do best at, stealth. Oh, I'm so good at stealth. For those of you who have been in here before, I am a master of stealth. Actually, really terrible at stealth. I'm so good at it. No one has ever taught me. I literally have never succeeded. And I prefer that over violence. I would much rather bash some skulls. You have to do what you do. I'm above house politics myself, but I will still kill for what I want. Intimidation, let's try it. I just need to get a 5. This man is like barely holding on. His balls are going to drop off. He is on the verge of just... It counts. I was just asking for it, dude. Holy shit. That was Wildermyth, right? Fun memories. Yeah, it was. Math. Tao-chan is good at it. I'm so good at math. I'm so good at math.
Looking to join the troops training? We'd be glad to have you. Now get to running.
Wait, me? Or am I running? Does he want me to run? It's okay, I'm doing it. Look at me go. Approve of me, daddy. Approve of me, daddy.
Looking to join the troops.
I do not appreciate being cock blocked.
What did you say?
But at the same time, it was a gentle blocking of the cock, so I guess it's okay. Damn! Don't quote me on that. Yeah, Dragon's Dogma! Fun combat, terrible story.
There's definitely a thing of calling a dice roll into reality, and the universe does like to screw you over sometimes. Yeah, I think I really, really fucked it then when, yeah, when I was like, oh, fuck, a fucking 5! Oh my god, the chance of me drawing a 5, higher than a 5. Shut me up. Shut me up.
I want all of them to go back to their masters and be like, yeah, there was this chick and she was pretty cool, and her name was Tao, and I just like...
This is one of our most popular clips on TikTok.
That's what you gotta do. Yeah, blah, 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 blah.
I'm now existing within the pouch at this time. Yay! Please do exist in the pouch. There's plenty of room for anyone who wants to exist here. My eyes widened tenfold. Caulk blocking! Did I show / send you guys the New Zealand dick polishing commercial? It's so funny. It's like my favorite thing. It's so funny. Ian! Thank you for 2.5 years! That's crazy. I have seen that. It's so funny. It's so funny. Kicking boards, then absolutely destroys with a backflip. Right? See, I got skills. They're just not math skills. The what polishing? Dick sealant. You don't know about the dick sealant? Hold on. I gotta find, let's see. New Zealand dick ad. There we go. I'll just, I'll copy this and send it to you, like in here. So you guys go ahead, enjoy this. It's really funny. It's a joke, but it's really funny because, Kiwis have such a fun musical accent. And so they do kind of, cause when a Kiwi orders fish and chips, they will say fish and chips. And they say, when we would say Jetstar, they would say Jetstar. New Zealand what ad? It's a dick polishing ad. And don't forget about the cock. I remember this one. It's so cute. Yeah, chops. I love dick. Yeah, I love dick. It's as silly as the Kiwis that re-plumbed a mate's entire house with beer. I think from memory I followed you when you mentioned you were streaming after a TTRPG game with Nathan Reptoidal, so kind of how long we have been friends. Oh, I think you're right, Eon. Yeah, I think that's right. Oh, I'm so grateful to have you in my life, sweetie pie, and to call you my friend. Thank you so much for sticking around me so long. I know I'm not the easiest person to be friends with, but I appreciate you all the same. And the I for the E thing, I watched some Flight of the Conchords. Ooh. I'm saying nothing. Oh, what? How has it only been 9 months, Lav? I feel like my brain is like, she's been here for 2 years. Dick is so fun, especially polished dick. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I'm letting you guys watch that ad real quick, so that you don't have to miss out on this, but you are a very easy friend and to be friends with, lovely. Thank you. That's very sweet. You are an easy person to be friends with because you were so accepting and kind and patient. Thank you for the care package. And hi there, Joyce Julius. How are you? Thank you for the thank you, Julius. Thank you very much, and welcome in. Just got back from visiting family. Oh, thank crap, my phone refused to clip that properly. What? That was too good for that. Yeah, Stra, I did what I could. It's set up, but I don't know if it'll work until we finish the stream. It feels like Lav has been here because she integrated with the community so well. That's true. Love you guys, but we need to sleep now. We'll watch the rest in the VOD. Have a great May and have fun. Thank you so much, dearest Dustin. I really appreciate you being here. And please pass on my thanks and gratefulness to Brain is thinking dispatch. Solar. Thank you very much to you and Solar both. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you tomorrow for some Final Fantasy XIV. Yes? Thank you for being here, honey. Thank you for the goat screw storm. Wasn't even here when I first followed. I followed when Tao raided Snivy. Oh, that's right, Lav. Yeah, that's true. As well as Aspen. Yes, absolutely. There's a lot of pals who have integrated so well that I'm just like, I've only been here for 5 months or a year or whatever. It's getting more of a test day. Yeah, exactly, Strat, exactly. Also gonna show Solar that video before sleeping because the way he looked at my phone when he started talking about it, yes, you definitely want to make sure that you clarify what I'm talking about. But it's a really funny, very funny video. Solar has been prompted, sonar! Solar as sonar, excellent timing. Thank you for the lurk, dearest Dust. We'll see you later, sweetie.
Blah 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 blah. Yeah, blah 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 blah. So, that's what I'm gonna do.
My god, some of these got re-uploaded, I think. Wait, or are we? We definitely haven't been to the. Hold on. Wait,
so I
wait.
used to sleep with a glow
Stop
stick
it
at the end of my bed.
No, stop it. My channel. What is happening up there? Jesus. Okay. We gotta find where bye bye. Look at all these. Look at all these with my new model. All you had now, lovely love. See you for tomorrow's stream, sweetheart. Have a great day, honey. Have a good one. Ciao for now. Let's see. Oh, oops. Maybe you guys can kind of hear the. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the fan to not be hitting the mic. Okay. All right. Where were we? There's so many of these, man. Fuck, there's so many of these. But you guys said you wanted to keep watching clips, so we will. Why not? No, we can't. Wait, we can't what? Oh, hear the wind? Oh, it's just like coming up on the mixer. Hi, Fabulous Flash. Welcome in. How are you, hun? It's great to see you. Welcome, welcome. Okay.
Listen, guys, is anybody gonna be pissed off if I choose you want to fight? Fine, because here's the fact of the matter: I can afford to lose her. Vote her off the island. Exactly, Monster. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, you want to fight? Fine. I didn't want to fight. Carlac will approve. Yay!
Clearly.
Sorry, BB, but not really sorry. Well, this will be easy enough, I think. Who am I playing? Oh, we got Will. I just. Please.
Owned.
That was hard.
Fucking demolished.
Holy shit balls, dude.
That was like the easiest fight in all of VG3.
So.
Best you move along.
Tau Classic!
One of the other guards is by you.
You know I set my volume at max, I can't hear the wind? Oh, okay, great.
Nani?
Oh, I'm sure they're not suspicious of a guard just leaping over the banister to avoid a
Literally voted off the island, so true.
Not.
Oh, this is from me side. Maybe if you guys want me to, I can play me side when we hit our 3,000 follower goal. Because remember, once we hit 3,000 follows, we do a horror game, a singular session of a horror game of your choosing.
Oh God. Oh, we're back. Oh. Okay, I'm locked in. Oh, far fucking out. Jesus.
Man, I can't even handle someone standing in the hallway. She didn't even like jump scare me. Save! Hi, lovely Save! Welcome in, sweetie pie. How are you? It's so good to see you, sweet Save. Can I get a shout out for lovely Save? You guys, that emote I made for him. It's some fan art for him. Isn't it cute? You get a free from me, Save. Welcome in, lovely Save. How are you doing? I wish to challenge you to a fight. Would you mind approaching the cliffside first? I should hold on. I'll do this properly. I wish to challenge you to a fight. Would you mind approaching the website first? That's an excellent entrance. Oh, how are you, lovely Save? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I accidentally sprayed body spray in my mouth while getting ready today. Noro, no! Now I speak with an accent. That's probably what's happening if you sprayed body spray in your mouth. I'm just saying. Get drive-by dad joked. I like your model. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I'm so grateful. This is my typical model. That one up there is my old 1.0 model. So I'm so glad you like this one. Thank you, hun. You guys, if you haven't checked out Lovely Save File, fantastic streamer, very enjoyable to watch. Despite the fact that he mainly plays Hearthstone, which I know we're not really like a card gaming channel, but he's so lovely to just like listen to. He has a really soothing voice. He's very funny. He's got like the best memes, and his stream deck is like god tier. He has the organization of like, it's actually fucking crazy. Like, you know how I struggle sometimes to remember that I have my I struggle to remember I have that. He has like a clip from anime or Star Trek or Star Wars or some media or VTubers as well. And including me, in fact, including me. Saying. I'm surely the favorite, obviously. Don't deny that, Save. But yes, and he will just like pull, and I bet you if you guys go into a stream and you mention me, he'll be like, I have something of her. Won't you? Won't you do that for us, Save? I accidentally sprayed, oh, sorry, I read that one. It has been a good start to the year. Hope the same for you. Yes, absolutely, sweetest Save. It's been very good. I've been lurking in your streams a bit recently. I haven't gotten a chance to like engage, but I've been enjoying your streams as always. Thank you so much. I just had a mental visual of Chibi Tao challenging a cowboy to a duel. I do love that. It really is crazy how good at it he is. He is amazing. He is amazing. He's fucking incredible at Hearthstone and at organization of the memes. That's the only one I got. Power of the soundboard. Yes, but he's got like folders and shit, and he's like, I know exactly where this particular niche phrase should come from. And it's unbelievable. Tao's so kind and sweet, could not deny anything in the face of it. Yeah! Wait. Thank you for being here, lovely Save. We're basically doing a look back on the last year or so. I think this is 2024, late 2024. And then we'll move into 2025. Basically, today is supposed to be Persona 5 Day, but we're doing a marathon not 6 day long stream, but we're streaming for 6 days in a row. Whereas typically I do like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But we're doing Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday. Yeah, I'm so excited. But we will play Persona next weekend for sure. Let's see. Maybe she was lurking with those shout outs the other day. I think I probably was. I tend to leave you on my iPad, even when I'm walking away. So, but when I got on my computer, I did see that you had done a little cheeky bit of shouting out. It alerted me. Thank you very much. There was a cute one today. I got a card, and then the literal next card was the exact same card, but with all the fancy foil and extended art and stuff. That's pretty cool. That's very cool. That's awesome. I need to watch the masterful unpacking of various collectible cards. Yes, and he's got like an insane amount of knowledge of like all of the things that he's unpacking. This is why I can't do these. I don't know what the proper phrase, opening a card pack. A visit to memory lane, as they call it. Yes. Every time someone uses the aforementioned I need to talk about it and shout out you. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. Oh, Save, that's so sweet. Don't feel like you have to do that, but that is super, super lovely that you do. Thank you. Oh, I think I still need to do the approval on the artist thing. Hold on 1 second. I'm just gonna grab this. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna do this real quick. Like 1 second, please. Hold on. Hold on. I think there's a button about that probably somewhere. Yeah! Okay, I found it. Yes. Oh my god, I am the worst! Oh, there's so many people who have, like, oh fuck, I'm so sorry. 2 months ago, Kato was like, hey, here's an emote that you made. Can I add you as the artist? 2 months ago. Sorry, guys. There we go. Okay, all done. I know that the VOD's up, so I need to take a look. You said Tau for the Save Vtuber Army! I told him I want to be a commander, but he makes fun of me. You know what happens when you make fun of Commander Tau, right? Do you want to know? Do you really want to know? I didn't think so. Did I open up Pandora's box? It will? It seems so it will. I need to take over management. Yeah, whoops. My bad. My bad.
I can't handle this shit. It's so scary. Why is this so scary to me?
Commander! Yes! Save! There's the proof! You should put the commander right there. He said it. I am a certified commander of the Save Vtuber Army. How do I get promoted to general or whatever's above commander? Please tell me. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Aussie. Put the brain cell back. Make me. Make me. Sorry. Wait, you're DMing in like 2 days. Okay, brain cell's back.
It's okay. Oh, fuck. Sorry, that was a bit of a fall, but hey, that was...
Methinks we can move this boulder if we work together.
Methinks we shouldn't move that boulder because it will fall on one of us.
Oh,
fuck, what did I just say? Oh, God. Oh, my God, that scared the fuck out of me, man.
Scared me again watching the clip. If we're using Star Trek ranks, then you'd be going to Captain! When do I get to be Captain? How do I become a captain of the Save Vtuber Army? I will take this position very seriously. You will? Now she realizes. Please don't do anything. Don't do anything rash now, Storm. Just 'tis but a flesh wound. Indeed, Yuki. Once you learn to steer the ship! The shade. How dare. Wow. If something happens to the captain of the I mean, if you get a promotion, who do I have to take down? Who's the current captain? The fastest way is by offing a current captain and stealing their ship, but I don't especially recommend it. Well, do I have any kind of, I don't know, personal attachment to the current captain? Who is the current captain in my position? I won't do much, I promise. Just something to the first kind old lady you'll meet. Oh, God! Don't do that! No, the old lady deserves to live. What are we talking about? I want to be a captain in the Save File Vtuber Army. That's my one New Year's resolution. I get privileges to throw shade at you. I have been under your shadow for far too long. You've stocked up on shade. You could ask the captain for a quick chat over by the cliff. Yuki, I think that when I become captain, you become commander, because then you can... Was it commander, right? Is that what I said I was? Anyway, you come up with good ideas. The Strato Revolution!
Man. Oh. kicking ass and taking brains.
I'm so funny.
Hi, I'm here. Oh, what was that? Oh, wait, what the fuck? What? What is he? Why is he here? Why are you back in camp? It's been at least half an hour since we were in camp, and what is he doing? What am I supposed to do here? I guess I just end his turn? Like, that's odd. Time to make it.
Let me see. Over 830,000 stock full of shade. You need to be spending some of these points, Strat, or I'm gonna have to inflation the T-bones. Tau joins the VTuber army. 4 VTubers mysteriously stop streaming. Yeah. But Tau, if that's the case, ow! Why am I bad? What did I do? Why did you hit me? What did I do? Honestly, that's fair. I'm cannibalizing my fellow VTubers. If that's the case, if they are your commander, then they'll want a conversation by that cliff. No, Yuki wouldn't do that to me, would you, Yuki? He got left behind. Oh, that was so annoying. Seru, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge, hun. I appreciate it. I need to get a mill. That's on my to-do list. A mill? I wonder what I could... If someone has 1,000,000 points, what can I let them do? We need a witch toggle? Yeah! There may be an outfit at some point in the future. VTuber Highlander rules gain their power! Yes!
Twitch baby.
Yes! Oh, Bear, hi! Hi there, beautiful Bear. Thank you so much for the resub. I love our Twitch baby! Did you want to name it? Thank you so much! Thank you so much for 9 whole months! I'm so grateful that you've spent so much time with us, sweetheart. Thank you for sticking around while you discover me in my new element. I appreciate you. Thank you, Bear. No, I am loyal. I stay far away from any cliffs and horses. Apparently, in my luck, that's a good idea. Don't let them do anything. That's a lot of points. That is true. That is a lot of points. Big hat Tau costume in the making. That would be really cute, though. Okay.
Piss outside, yo. I dig my holes and I piss in them, and then I run around and I piss in other on trees and stuff. Like, I only look like a person. I am actually.
You want to know what I actually am, guys? I've never told anyone this before, but I'm actually and who actually a lot of the time. In fact, I also.
I like the smiley face.
I've tried feeding him to the brine many times and failed. Really? He doesn't get eaten by the brine? Wait, now I'm curious. Hold on, now I have to try. So wait, if I grab this guy.
Is that an older model? It is! That's my 1.0. That's before we re-debuted in early 2025 with this Goyle. Marking their territory, precisely. Okay. This guy's a dickhead. We want to kill him.
Oh, eat him! Eat him! Ah! Ah! Yay! I succeeded! Oh. Oh no.
Oh no! He's alive!
That sucks. I get it now. Ozzy's over here like, I fucking told you, Tau. But I had to see for myself. The true arisen, the immortal.
There's so many of these Dragon's Dogma clips. I expected the others, but that third one is genuinely shocking. Wait, which one was it? Wait, what was I talking about? My short-term memory is, not great. Who are you again? He didn't taste good, apparently. No, they never want to eat him. Talk about eating your words. Lurk, time to wash off the dirt from digging in the ground like Tau does every night, but I am more civilized as I use a spade. Well, you don't have claws, okay? we all had claws, we could all dig holes and piss in them. Oh, wait, I understand now. Is the third bleep? Yes, that makes sense. I understand now what Save's talking about. I'm sorry I shocked you with that. Hopefully you can still accept me. The bane of the unkillable NPCs, truly. But yes, Eon, have a wonderful bathing, and we'll see you soon. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the lurk. Have you seen that Tasmanian Tiger handkerchief I found? Oh, did you post it in the disco? I think I might have. That sounds familiar.
There must be some way to make it.
You got it. Yes!
Wait,
oh.
what?
How to go about it?
What the fuck?
If
Wait,
we had a
where's...
harpy snare smoke beacon.
Oh my
we
god,
could summon a
Katarina.
harpy here.
What is wrong with you? What in the fuck is wrong with you? What is up with these pawns, man? Oh my god. Insane. Insane. No, not you too! Oh my god, don't jump down! You climbed down! You climbed up, climbed down!
You climbed up, you climbed down! This seems rational to me.
It's a fucking claw, okay? I don't know. The shrimp, I don't know what it looks like. Fuck.
Oh, this was our 60-second drawing challenge, and Loner wanted me to draw a pistol shrimp in 60 seconds. I remember now.
I have 60 seconds. It's not long. I'm not looking at any references. It's hard. Okay, here's your pistol shrimp. I hope you love it. How is that, Loner? That shrimp is sus.
Man!
Let me set the stage. You're camping in the middle of nowhere. You've driven 15 hours. You've gotten out of your car. You have walked 15 minutes.
15 minutes! I
You've
can't
enjoyed
decide.
your beans over the open fire. And now you are ready to sleep. When all of a sudden you hear a from the shadow. You look around, unsure. Was it in your head? Was the loneliness already getting to you? And then you see glow orange eye glaring at you from beyond the darkness. Then
I emerged. I go, hi. Any leftovers?
let me set the stage.
The pistol shrimp. I did put it in the Discord, but it was a bit ago, so it might be hard to find now, mainly because I don't know where I put the image. That's fair, hun. If you wanna share it again, I'd be happy to see it.
Intimidation. Let's try it. I just need to get a 5 with this.
I cannot bring myself to watch that one again.
Did you? You've done well. Seems only fair I answer any questions weighing on you.
Ah, good.
Go on. Ask away.
Are you related to Melania?
Corporate needs you to find the differences between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture.
I won't fit in a ball. It's true. I'm too big for the balls. Or balls? Pal balls. Pal spheres.
First try.
I won't fit in.
First try. Thank you,
I just
Strat.
remember him having like really big dark eyes.
Oh, okay. This was also during our 60-second sketch thing, right? This was Stitch without reference. My apologies.
And then he has like a really big smile, doesn't he? And this is looking pretty bad. I don't know what I'm doing. What is his body what the fuck is his body shape? How many fingers does he have? I don't even know. Does he have a tail? I think he has a tail. How is my Stitch? Is it good? He missed 2 arms? Oh, he has more than... Oh, that's right. He has... Hold on. Just real quick. I just gotta... Okay. Now we have 34% accurate? Okay. Yeah. Oh, I forgot his nose. Oh, his big fucking nose. Oh, shit. There was an attempt. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Sorry, that was not a good job. I don't know. Unbelievable! Your fingers are just something. Oh, are they? So let's play another game, shall we? All right. Let's play cards, shall we? Oh my god.
This is what happens if I if I'm like, hey Shay, woo, can you teach me to play Hearthstone, woo?
In my bedroom. Well, you were just telling me how incredible my fingers were. Sorry. That's the most detail I'll get.
You need to go to the previous one? It's the Joker clip. Wait, wasn't that one? Hold on. Isn't that the one that we saw?
Hold on. Intimidation.
Let me set.
It was this one?
Intimidation. Let's try it.
Didn't we?
I just need to get a 5. This man is like
Didn't
barely
yeah, this is
holding on.
the
His balls are going to drop.
Oh,
off. He is
you
on the
re-edited
verge of
this
just-
one, I think, huh? Is this your edit?
What happened? Your balls drop off? Hmm?
This seems more interesting than most rounds I play.
Do I need to turn down? Oh, do I need to turn down the volume? Yeah. Are we eggs? Oh no, you're an egg. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going the wrong way.
Oh, this is during the subathon. This was during this was when you guys were helping me to get this model. This was the subathon for this model.
I'm so bad at this.
I did literally
No
turn
one saw
around.
that, right?
Oops.
Surely everyone's looking at their own games. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, do I? Wait, stop. Is it? Did I already shoot it? Did it? Oh, I did shoot it. Okay. Never mind. Woo!
I was not good at this game.
Whee!
What if I got the hang of this? What if this became my new favorite game? What if I was an expert in this? What would you think of me then?
Would you be impressed with me?
Oops. You do realize that 95% of these clips are me either fucking up in the game or fucking up in what I'm saying, right?
I'm really supposed to. Wait. Oh, do I shoot this baby? Oh. Oh, I do. Oh, that's why. Oh. Lols. Okay, I get it. Whoa! Wait for me! Fuck.
Doom.
Do I hear something glowing? I do! It's this little guy. Please don't roll that off the cliff. Please don't roll that off the cliff. No! Oh. Oh. No. Oh, fuck!
The amount of jinx ability you have is amazing.
something
It's
glowing?
true. I think I spec'd into, like, bad luck.
Boing. That's a very long. This is a. Wow. Look at that shaft.
I needed to hear
Elevator! Elevator shaft!
Thank you.
Elevator shaft,
Thank you.
guys. Elevator shaft.
That cliff is where they build the Doom elevator hundreds of years later. I think you're right, actually, Same.
Wasn't there a fireplace? Campfire, yeah, there it is. It's like I'm sure there was. Wait, can I get here before? Oh fuck! I gave you all the camping kits.
I was gonna say I had so many camping kits. I had like 8, and I think I gave them all because they're heavy. I gave them to this pawn who died.
Wasn't there a fireplace?
Didn't know you had played Elden. Yeah, saying I played it is very generous. I played it like I turned it on, and I pushed buttons, and then I didn't turn it on again. You just donated it all, yeah.
Boss run, get past all the little guys. Souls run, boss run. Please don't eat my inner thighs. Don't quote me on that, please. I just had to rhyme it, okay? God. Souls run. You gotta disarm it. Get on it, Gale. Here you go, boy. Here you go, boy. Oh, 20. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That's actually... Oh, that's so fucking close. Damn it, that's so fucking close. Ah, shit. Oh, wait. Oh, good. Well, now you can lockpick. Oh, wait. Can't be. Yeah, you can. Okay. Please?
Oh,
fuck. Okay, we have 4 thieves' tools.
Oh, I remember this one now. This is so disappointing.
Hold on. I think I need to not be a kitty so I can at least offer some guidance, you know? Let me guidance my boy here. Here we go. Let's try this again, shall we? Actually, is there a key for this? Alright.
Such a fucking waste, dude.
You know, what happens if I do lick these bones?
I feel it in my bones. Stop it. Get some help.
Sorry, not
I love the get some help strat. You gotta bring that one back for another clip.
Whoa. Look at these bones. What happens if I do really cute, actually. I like.
Oh, you dozed off and you woke up to that. I am so sorry. There are worse clips you could have woken up to, but not by much. Did you sleep okay, Ozzy?
Little. What's this? This. Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was some kind of a bouncy thing. I am so dumb. I fully walked into that. Oh, they go.
The one with the balls. The one with the balls. But not touch them. Don't touch the balls. Just look at them. You can look, but you can't touch. Yes.
Was this a...
Victory is in my grasp. I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. Oh my god, I'm so good at. We're gonna. Wait.
That's so disappointing.
All right, so can
Oh, you did, Ozzy. That's wonderful. I'm very happy to hear that, sweetheart.
do I put, if I get rid of this, do I put a door right here? Oh, wait.
Okay, this is my first time playing Minecraft. Literally first time. So you have to be gentle.
Can I put a door right here? Oh, I see. There's the blocks. Oh, that gets a door. How do I open it? Oh, like that. Yay, I have a door, you guys. Yay, I can't believe I made a door. Yay, look at it work. It even makes sound. That's so exciting. Yay, I did it. Adorable. All right, so can I... Oh, Spartan, thank you so much for the 100 bits, sweetie. Thank you. Ooh, piece of tit. Tit.
Stop.
A piece of candy. Oh, Spartan, thank you so much for the 100 bits, sweetie.
Did you remix me saying tit? Oh my god.
Fuck, wrong button.
I'm terrible at rhythm games, notoriously so.
Oh, what the heck?
Oh, that was that glitch.
Did you see that?
That was crazy.
That was a glitch, okay. That was really weird. What the fuck? What was that?
Yeah, that was super odd because
Oh, I love
Dragon's Dogma is notorious for having like the jump is like minimal, truly minimal. So the fact that my character just went like over to practically the other side of the entire town that is a glitch. That is a huge glitch. We're referring to the bird, of course. Thank you, Red. Yes, 100%, just the bird. I kind of like your old model. Oh, thank you, Flash. I'm glad you do. Well, we do still see her from time to time. In fact, we saw her today. If you redeem the return, I think it's like 25k or something like that. It's kind of expensive because it's a bit of setup, but you can bring her back. It's just that I can't gesture, and she cuts off at the hips. So like, I have no legs and no arms and no toggles or anything. But I'm really glad that you like her. I just made you sing with a word. Remix, tit remix. Ooh, that has a song for me to sing. I will happily give it a shot. I sympathize. I once almost didn't finish a Kingdom Hearts game because there was a rhythm game to stack ice cream scoops against Huey, Dewey, and Louie. It took me at least six tries. Oh my god. Oh, no, no. Okay, save. I'm glad that I have someone else in my life who is not a rhythm game fanatic, because most of the people I know are really big into rhythm games. Okay. Let's sing with this new mic again, shall we? Vash, do you like the reverb or no? Why can I never find this thing? Oh, there it is. The quality jump, and I mean in the quality of the clips, is huge once we got to streaming in 2K. Yeah, I did notice that. Yeah, like a lot of these are just like pixel collections at the moment. You do like it? Okay, I will turn on the reverb. Truth be told, I may be a Miku fan, but I cannot for the life of me play a rhythm game. That's fair. That's fair. Okay, animelyrics.com. Please work with me. Yeah. Okay, I found it. Wait, where did I? Why is it always so hard to find this one? Oh, I've turned the reverb on a little too early. Why? Oh, okay, no, I found it. I found it, okay. All right. I'll give this a shot, sweetheart. The new mic. All right. I want to change the world, keep on holding on your desire. You will get a shining love that you can't wait to know. If you go on to get your goal, it's Wonderland. I felt so worried when I spat all the time, thinking of the future of us. But I know there's nothing that I really want to know. And then I met you so I could feel what you should know. I finally found a love, and now I'm really feeling alright, 'cause the nightmare is gone. This is the way to love you. I want to change the world, walk again, never miss the way. Don't be afraid, I'm with you, and we can fly away. If you would stay with me forever, change my mind, won't get lost if your passion's true. I'm gonna fly with you again, so you can spread your wings and you will fly with me away. It's Wonderland. Every single thing, the time and the flying, till the day I won't let you go. You will see that your desire will be granted again. It's just the feeling, you understand, the travel life. It won't be too bad to face, and any problem you will see will not be too hard. If we could walk beside you, I want to change the world, walk again, fight against the wind. Don't be afraid to be true, 'cause now you have to bring the power of your smile in your face. Change my mind, keep on holding on your desire. You will get our shining love that you can't wait to know. If you go on to get your goal, it's Wonderland. Sorry. That was okay. It's more crisp with this mic. Yikes, that means I can't hide behind bad audio. Aw, thanks, Strat. Thanks, Ozzy. Thank you, Sweet Nix. I appreciate you guys. You're very sweet. Aw, thanks, Anime. Thank you, honey. I appreciate it. Thank you for the request, Bash. That was amazing. Thank you so much. My pleasure, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I'm still like I said, I was sick for like the last 2 weeks of December, and then I was feeling pretty good, and then yesterday I woke up and I was like, oh my god, my head's gonna fall off my shoulders, and now my nose is stuffy again. Thank you, beautiful Boblin. Thank you, Yuki. Thank you, Sita Sadu. Disparaging yourself not allowed. Aw, thank you, Red. You're very sweet. We need to take a break. What? Oh my god, we do. Okay. It's our last break for the day, guys. Holy shit. All right, you guys, let's go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Sweetie pies, I will miss you terribly, but I will see you in 3 minutes. Feel free to join the boss battle as well. Instructions will pop up on your screen momentarily. Mwah.
What, like a... Welcome in, sweetest Storm. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. And speaking of people who visit Lumios, let's get to filming. Hold up. Where'd your bag go? You don't look that touristy without it. That's what he's concerned about? Wow, thanks, buddy. Holy. Wait. No. Oh, okay. Hopefully that works. Oh, yeah! We got our first shiny, guys! Yes, it was fed to us like a fucking spoon feeding a baby, but that doesn't matter. We got it all the same. Like, there were pieces of fashion outfits that I'm like, oh yeah, I could probably, integrate that. But, oh god, he's so big! Look at it! It's a Garbodor! Please don't try and kill me. Please don't try and kill me. Okay, he's trying to kill me! Run! I thought he would be passive. Oh, fuck! This is highway robbery. Will we or will we not be having Secret Santa this year? Oh, Patricia, so Strat tried to set that up a little bit ago, like a few weeks ago, and we got very little interest, so since I'm not able to keep up with it. Lizard! Yes! Yes! I am powerful! Thank you, Esme. Thank you for the lizard, Esme. I appreciate it. Oh, and thank you for the comment. Can I heal him? Oh, die! You're gonna die! You're gonna die, kid! Hold on. What? No! I haven't saved. I forgot to save the whole time I've been streaming. What? Next break is 15 minutes. All right, got it, Strat. And then you go to sleep. Go to sleep or else. Go chihuahua on your ass. A cushion? A tushy cushy? A tushy cushy. I like that. I like that. Welcome back. Thank. I shrink to become sweeter. My name is the cut that makes things grow. A raisin. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Anybody got a guess for Esme's riddle? I shrink to become sweeter, and my name is the cut that makes things grow. May I ask if you find an Eevee, you name it Space? I understand if no, but it wouldn't hurt to ask. Space, I would be happy to, when we start gathering up all of the Eeveelutions, I would be happy to
Hello! Welcome back, sweetie pies. Hi! I missed you. Welcome on back! How's everybody doing? Oh, I keep on forgetting, not remembering. The opposite of remembering. Wait, we must bald for the betterment of mankind. Hold on. I need to bald. Okay, I fixed. Okay, it's fixed. Welcome back, awesome Aussie. You beautiful being. You get some obbies? Obbies? Yay! Good Aussie. Welcome back, sweet Strat. Welcome back, sweet Sadie. Welcome back, Magnificent Maid. Welcome back. Oh, Tao, did you see the new emotes I shared? I don't know if I have, actually. I will have to have a look. Joyce Julius, welcome back. Nix, Matos Celestial Slice, welcome on back. Abby's? Good mix. We may have to speed run a bit. We have plenty to go. That is true. We do. We gotta finish up in probably around an hour to an hour and a half. Welcome back, Level Yuki. Oh, emote only, singular. Oh, I don't think I have, actually. Beautiful Bubbin, welcome back. All right, let us continue with our... are there certain ones? Should we move to this year's strat maybe? Would that be good? Nilo, Oh, hi there, Nito Nyla. Welcome back. Thanks for being here. Sure, skip ahead. Okay, hold on. Let me Oh my god, there's so many clips. Yeah, that'd be better. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Let's start here. This is Ty the Tasmanian Tiger.
Bilby's beneath me? Wait, I think I see a Bilby! Whee! Oh, fuck! I found a Bilby! I found a fucking Bilby! Arr, gotcha. Yes! I am done! Oh, good. That was quick. At least I was able to find
Oh, this is enshrouded.
Guys, so fall damage!
How much damage could it have caused?
She's dead. But it was just.
Fall damage!
Fall damage!
Oh, good. That was.
Stopped by the stable master.
Oh, is that the streamer you came in? The Bilby one! Let's go, Ozzy. Excellent. Yeah, there's a lot of clips there, Julius.
Across the garden.
Oh, this is when we were playing some Ashes? Ashes of Creation?
Whoa! Someone's excited.
Horse time, horse time. Let's go see the horsey time. Horse time, horse time.
Stopped by the stable master.
Some monster hunting.
Oh my god. Just let me charge this thing. Thank you.
Look, it's me in my current form.
Okay. Oh, fuck. Come back here. I don't actually want you to come back. I'm just trying to pick up.
Maid! Sweetie pie! Thank you so incredibly much, darling, for gifting that sub to Joyous Julius. I really appreciate it. Thank you, darling. Thank you for your generosity, kindness, and support, sweetie pie. Thank you. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you so much, maid. Use them emotes wisely, y'all. Yes, indeed. We've been posting 2 to 3 clips every week for almost a year. That's a good point. That would be why there's so many.
That's such a bad typing.
Yay, Lav! Ah! We gotta clip this for Lav to see the clip that Lav made.
Also, bought me a bloody bug bottle of Oh no! I don't think that's a bad typo. I think that is a fantastic typo.
It is. The clip that made Lav famous within the pouch. The bloody bug bottle of cum. Oh, good, Blue! I'm so glad you got a gifted sub, sweetheart. Excellent.
How are you? Thank you for fucking shit.
How did we get here?
Oh my god. Oh, Ryu! Sweetheart, thank you so much for the follow, hon. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. How are you? Thank you for fucking shit.
Well, that's not the greeting I was expecting.
Sorry, that was not what I meant to say.
Don't worry about it.
Fucking stinky bird. Fuck, no. Ah, gotcha. Gimme.
Thank you for the care package, beautiful Blue.
Nothing can stop me now. Nothing. Nothing can stop me. Meow.
No.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I can't reach it. No. Water. This is the most invincible piece of... Oh, it's not invincible. Never mind.
Tragically.
Uh-oh,
Well done defeating the boss, you guys. Excellent work. I'm very proud of you. The clip that made me almost faint from laughing, that was really funny. I do love that one.
This game has changed you, Tao. You are now taking joy in hunting poor little birds. You are not the same Tao we knew. You have changed. No, I would never change. I'm just misbehaving because Snivy's gone right now.
We need Snivy back.
When Snivy comes back, you can't tell her that I played this game. Okay? Okay. Good. Good deals. Fuck. That was karma.
Oh, bitch ankles! I love this bit.
I said that preemptively. It didn't hurt. It's fine. We're fine. Fuck. Could have broken his little ankle, his little bitch ankle. Okay, two bitch ankles. Two bitch ankles coming right up. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes, bitch ankles, yeah!
I love Tau reacts to last claim. Thank you very much, Ozzy. Excellent. I can't wait to watch that. Feel free to put that in the pouch in the Discord.
Both you and your yowlings are very spirited, so, are you ready for a match? All right. You're very talented. If you join the Wardens in the future, I might be able to retire early. Wait, we didn't fight. Wait, what?
Mind games.
We didn't fight. I mean, I believe you can become an outstanding Yowling Keeper. All right, as a reward for winning, take these charms?
Aww.
You guys want to see me beat someone's ass? You want to see me do it again?
Dunzo, even tagged Lav in it too. Excellent. Thank you, Ozzy. Also, I really like this clip. It's really funny.
We need to really separate all these people in quarantine. Oh, this wasn't even the right. Oh, did I? No, I sent it.
No, not this one. Sorry, there's a different one that I really like from this.
Me, I'm so bad at this game, guys. Oh man, fuck. He just had some leftover sauce and a ruined tattoo here and there. Fuck. We need to. Yes. Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Fuck! No! Oh my god, that was so close. He's like almost dead. Yes! Yes! Fuck you! Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's go! Too easy. Yes.
We have come full circle. Tau has to react to Tau reacts to Tau reacts to Tau reacts. This is the only kind of like react content I'm particularly comfortable with. Is reacting to myself because I made the content that I get to react to. Good stuff. Oh, that game. Yes, that game. This is so entertaining. Hi, gorgeous Glenchog. I'm happy to hear that. Welcome in. How are you doing? Felt that relief all the way here. Oh my god, I was darling. Like this close to dying. Rah, darling, indeed, outstanding Orca. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Old Tau had that bloodlust in her eyes. I still got it. React content is the new meta. Reacting to past Tau. Yes, yes.
It was at this moment that she knew. She fucked up.
Nope, sorry. Woo! That was a close one. I fucked everything up there for a second.
You like my dinosaur sounds? I'll never stop making
you
them.
To eat on stream. Thank you, sweetheart. I feel like most VTubers are like, and streamers are just like, oh yeah. Oh yes, talkie. I'm just like,
NANI?
It's fine for you to eat on stream. Thank you, sweetheart. I feel like most VTubers.
Is this our version of a remake? Yeah, I think so. Happy 2026! I've just been enjoying the stream. Was here since you were singing. Oh, thank you, gorgeous Gladjog. I'm so glad that you've been here and you've been enjoying it, sweetheart. We're so grateful to have you. Do you have any New Year's resolutions or any goals you have for the year? I'm always curious. That goes for anybody who wants to tell me, by the way, in the chat, not just Gladjog. I'm confused. Which one is the real Tau? The one on the right or the one on the left? You're both real. Oh, this is my favorite. This is my favorite clip from this game. Oh, he's got scratchies.
Spots on the nosy, scratchies. Can you imagine if this was, if this is you and there's just someone who is standing between you and literally being shot is someone going, oh, you got scratchies. Oh, you got spotties.
Oh, he got scratchies.
Oh my god, I forgot how to play the game. Thank you guys, come save my ass.
What's up with the no eating fish? I don't like fish. Fish is yucky. Well, except for select salmon and sushi. But you will never see me ordering like
shellfish or bass or trout or tuna or anything like that. Ew, yucky, yucky stuff. Yuck. Mean. My resolution is to just make it out to 2027 with hopes that one day I'll get a PC. Guanjang, I hope that you will, sweetheart. We would love to have you join the PC community. I want to do more day hikes. Thank you! See? Eon cares! Gives me corn! That's the proper diet for a Tau. I want to do more day hikes around the state and hopefully have my shed built by the end of the year. Eon, that sounds great. Can I join you for one or both of those things? Oh, you got a boo-boo! Tau said fish, I didn't say give them to me! Especially the ones that get out of the water to attack Tau. That's true! Those are scary as fuck. Wait, fish is yucky? Ah, you saved yourself there with sushi. Yeah, see, although I'm hesitant about eel. I don't really, I'm very hypersensitive to fishy flavor, fishy smell. So like, I went to an izakaya when I was in Osaka, and I let them do I was like, chef, give me the food you think I should eat. And so, you know, they have like this bunch of stuff back there, and like 90% of it, delicious. It was like bacon wrapped stuff, chicken, they had some prawn stuff. They gave me a fermented gelatinous cube of some kind of fish. And I could not. And I could not. I tried and I could not. I had salmon recently. I enjoyed it more than tuna. Yes, I like salmon more than tuna. Absolutely. But Tau, mackerel is good for you. High in vitamin. Fishy. Yucky. Fishy bad. Fishy gross. I will say that, is it mackerel? What is it? Okay, I had an ex-friend that I used to go over to his house like every Sunday. And, thank you for the goat scream, Joyous Julius. And he made a very, very, very mild whitefish that you don't really get in Australia. And I'm trying to, I think it starts with a T. Tilapia! Tilapia? I think it was tilapia. That was pretty good. That was, I could do that. Good times hunting with the pals. Yes, indeed, Valiant Bash. And you saved my ass so many times. Rude Storm. Mine would be to write more software. That's cool. Oh no, Tau got Izakaya. Unagi is not for everybody. That's true. But I would be willing to try it in Japan. Because I've discovered that on sushi, eel sauce is pretty good. I'm doing it the Robert Robertson way, going into 2026 with nothing planned and expecting the worst so that I can enjoy the best parts for last. Oh, sad. That's sad. That's fine. Fishy tastes aren't pleasant at all. That's true. Yeah, tilapia. Yeah, tilapia. We have those. I don't think that we have them in Oz, which is kind of unfortunate because, yeah, anytime that my friend would make tilapia, I was like, pretty good. Fish is yucky, but funny. Thank you, Storm. Very good. Excellent. We can definitely use that clip. I love unagi. Oh, what is it about unagi that you like? Is it fishy flavory? Tilapia is one of the cheaper fish here. Yeah, it's also like quite good for you, I think, isn't it? I just enjoy having teriyaki sauce over almost anything. Oh, keycap manis. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it's like a sweet soy sauce. Delicious. So good. Anime! Gotta go get up for church later. All good, sweetheart. Have a great time at church. I hope that, I assume that you're going to sleep then, so I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you later. Ciao for now, lovely anime. Salmon is the best tasting fish. I agree. It's like magic or pure. They also flop around when you make it walk on sand. Jesus! Don't torture the fishies. Do you also dislike fried fish, the Tao? But they so good. I don't like fish in general, with an exception of like really high quality sushi. I don't like anything that's not super, super fresh. And so like I never order fish at a restaurant, even if I initially am like, I'll probably like that. The chances of me not liking it are too high. So I'll always go with like the vegetarian thing or the chicken thing or the beef thing. I'll tell you what though, I do eat more fish these days than pork because pork has gotten me sick every time I've eaten it in the last like 6 years at least. Hi there, welcome back, Precious Patricia. How are you? I do like some fish, salmon, tuna, usually the canned type, as a sandwich, shrimp, crab, lobster. I hesitate at oyster and clams that are not in chowder. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I could see that. Don't worry, Tao, I'll eat the fish so you don't have to. Thank you. Can I have the chimkin instead? Maybe try this fantastic Japanese stew called chanko nabe. It's got a mix of meat in it, so it'll disguise the white fish that's sometimes put inside. Maybe, unless they make it in like a fishy broth, then I won't like it. You don't like pork either. Let's go, Yuki. High five. There's a fish dish that my mom makes that tastes like chicken. I bet you wouldn't even realize it's fish when you first try it. What kind of fish does she use in it, Strat? If a family member here liked fish, we'd probably eat more of it because of how beef prices are. Yeah, that makes sense, Julius. That makes a lot of sense. I really like vegetables, so I could never be like an actual vegetarian, but I'm like a vegetarian that has chicken once a week. It's a kombu broth, similar to udon. Oh, I do love udon broth. Yummy. That sounds good.
No, wrong button. No, wrong button. Oh, God. Why is it lagging so hard again? Fuck, I'm gonna die already.
Thousands of tears later.
I'm a widow baby bow user. Oh my God, I forgot how to play the game. Ah! Thank you guys, come save my ass. No, wrong button. No, wrong button. Oh! God. Why is it lagging so hard again?
Boo! Sorry, I was reading chat and then I ignored things. It's a river fish called kupa. It's meaty and has little thorns. It has thorns? You know, another reason that I don't like chicken, I mean, sorry, Freudian slip there. Another reason that I don't like fish is because I can't handle the little bones. I'm very bad at little bones. It's also why you will never catch me eating chicken wings, because the wings have little bones. Or anything that's on a bone, I don't eat it. I have almost choked myself before, and I don't want to do it again, so I just have deboned things. Truth. A common occurrence, Tao forgetting how to play a game. It does happen, mostly because I only play a game once a week, so I forget. I'm doing well on my way to family friends with my parents for dinner. Amazing, Precious Patricia. I hope you have an amazing time. It will not be in the dish. We clean it well. Oh, okay. I mean, I'll try anything at least once. I'm not sure if Wilds has been fully fixed yet. That's such a bummer. I'd like to get back into that a little bit. All right, Tao, you can have the chimkin breast. Thank you! Sweetest spoiler, welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome.
Hello, motherfucker.
Thank you for the care package. Hold on. I gotta open this. Yummy, good water. Good water, thank you. Same, the bones frighten me as well. Luckily, you can get almost everything deboned here by the store. Really? That's awesome. I'm moving to Japan. I really would like to move to Japan. That'd be sick. But I do also love Oz, so I'm pretty close to Japan. It's what, like an 8-hour flight? That's like in the US going to Europe. We better pick up the pace on those clips. Oh yeah, I guess so, huh? I also dislike fish slices with much bones. I'd still manage to pick out the bones, but sometimes it stabs the inside of my mouth. Ugh, I can't. Oh, I can't risk it.
Hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. Going to work? Hope it's the best ever. Doing a hobby? Hope it's the best ever. Gonna go nap? Sweet dreams. Hope it's the best ever. Please remember to take the best care of yourselves because you know that I would take the best care of you. I am hesitant because I've been hiccuping some today and I'm like, oh, don't hiccup during the song, Tao. Don't hiccup. That was actually way too good of timing. I'm so sorry. You probably thought I made that up. I did not make that up. That just happened. Sorry. Fuck. No. Why?
Yeah. Would you play Pirate Yakuza in 2026? If you guys wanted me to, it pretty much all comes down to like you guys voting for stuff, with the exception of like a couple of games that I really want to play, which I did mention near the beginning, but Monster Hunter Stories 3, I would love to play. I have to play. There is no option. We have to play it. And Blood of the Dawnwalker, when that comes out, I am on that shit. And of course Witcher 4, but I don't know if that's coming out this year. So those 3 games, non-negotiably my choices. I can't have fish as the physical gout pain is not worth it. Does fish trigger gout? What causes that? You just have to ask, no extra charge. That's awesome. Oh, that's so cool. A flight from Australia to Japan is only 8 hours. A flight from Melbourne to Sydney is 6 hours. What? That doesn't make sense. I don't understand. Your hiccups are adorable. Thank you, Aussie. My mom hates them. I got hiccups while I was in the States with them, and my mom was like, Tao, shut up! I was like, Jesus, I'm sorry. Sweetest Shadow, thank you so much for coming in, hun. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. We'll see you later, okay? Have a good day at work tomorrow. I absolutely would want to see you play Monster Hunter Stories 3. Me too! I would love to. I'm so excited.
Yeah, high five, buddy. High five. I want to find out how soft his hands are.
Why do I say this?
Can't help but think of Tic Tac when I see your character's name. TauTac! It's the off-brand Tic Tac. Not as good for your breath, but better for your soul.
Available soon in a store near you.
Can't help but think. Is this swear?
Bye-bye.
Oh my god, no! No, how can you miss?
I actually don't like prawns very much. I don't mind if, I don't mind it when it's all been cut up and it's served hot or is deep fried, but if it's like cold or iced and I need to disassemble the shell, and head myself, I don't like it. No, I'm the same, I can't. Yeah, I don't like them when they're cold, and I don't like them when I have to see their faces. Have a great dinner, Awesome Aussie. Thank you so much for dropping in, sweetheart. We'll see you later, okay? Bye-bye. You did comment on most of these, Seto. You're absolutely right. If you go to the fish market, you'll get the whole fish, but at the stores, you can even ask them to cut it up into bite sizes. That's so cool! What? That makes things so easy. Seems we both offer flight estimates. A flight from Sydney to Melbourne is only 2, and a flight from Melbourne to Tokyo is 11. Oh, I didn't realize it was that much to Tokyo. But Sydney to Melbourne, I was gonna say, I've flown from Sydney to Melbourne and it took an hour and a half. I was like, wait a second.
Little ways when everything stays.
Thanks, Strat.
Oh no, Tao's got a hatchet. Trust me, I reckon it's more preferable than this. Yeah!
This stunt is performed by a professional under chat supervision. Do not try it at home.
Yeah, get him! Yeah, get him! Go, go, go! Go, go, go! I'm totally not gonna die! I'm totally not gonna die! Yeah, 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 yeah! Oh, fuck! Yeah, get him!
Bruh, I forgot about that one. That was when I was wandering around with all of you super high level Eorzeans, and you guys started trying to take down, or successfully taking down like level 50, and I was level 20 or something, and I was like, that's fine, they got the aggro, and I got like one-shotted by an AoE. The beat switch went crazy, didn't it, Guachang? I'm almost at my friend's place, so I must head out. All good, Precious Patricia. We'll see you later, hun. Thank you for dropping in. The jinx! I know, dude! Fuck!
eerie music here. But I do like it. Okay. Don't panic. It's okay. I won't burn you, I promise. I won't burn you.
Beautiful singing! Thank you, Sunsari.
Me too. As for King Halo. Well, I'm sure she's got a reality check after seeing today's results.
The laugh got interrupted with a hiccup on my last. Like, fuck. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm out of control. I always. It looks like a title card for an anime.
Okinawa, salt baked chocolate. Next time on Okinawa, salt baked chocolate.
It does, yeah. The packaging is very pretty.
But yes, Nath will have some of this. He's allowed. I like that. Not before I enjoy and savor this, though. This is so good.
Yeah.
Usually low iron makes you more tired and washed out. There's a rarer side effect, insomnia and sleep disturbances. I usually have trouble falling asleep. Oh my god! It's just because your blood is like not blooding. You gotta be kidding me. So it needs you to stay awake in case it forgets how to blood again.
In case it forgets how to blood again.
What the blood? What the blood?
You fix it.
Uma Musume, I think I may have existed then. I think you did too, Lovely Yuki. I think you came in with Sim. With Symbol, I think, while we were playing originally. I think we were playing, what were we playing? Tiny Glade, I think, right? The things you say, Tao, the ways you edit strat! No, that was definitely, me being an idiot.
That's so fast. What can I say? I'm an expert little cowboy. Cowboy. Kowtow. I'm a kowtow!
You, Jen.
Yay, loader!
So fast.
Oh, look at us, we're so cute. Oh, look at us be.
Whoa! We are an army. Oh, wow! Yeah, buddy! Give me the gold! Woo! Don't hit the spikies, don't hit the spikies, don't hit the spikies, don't hit the spikies, don't hit the— oh! What did I say?
What I say, Tao? Stupid Tao. It was a symbol, right? Yeah, we're so glad that we have you, Lovely Yuki. Let's see. I love Sim. Sim's wonderful. We do love Sim. I do too, but have to catch up with her again. I saw she got a new model recently. She did. She's also spending quite a while in Japan. Hello, Momo. Welcome in. How are you? I am doing a challenge. Every stream I visit, I drink 1 carton of milk. You're my 2030? Wait, 2030th? Or what do you mean? But welcome in, Momo. It's a pleasure to meet you. Please don't overdo it on the milk. You can drown yourself in milk. That would be a tragedy, truly. Yes, Persona 5 Strum!
The distance between me and Sojiro seems to be closing slightly. Oh, wait! What? Whoa, 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 what? Wait, what? Oh, fucking shit, scare the shit out of me. I'm like, I had 12 days before expulsion, why are we— ah! Okay, sorry, it was flashback, that's right.
You may call yourself a phantom thief, but you're still a minor.
I believe your calcium intake is at maximum. I believe, yes, that is probably true. Armadillo roll of box destruction! You already drank 2029 milks? How long are you doing this over? What time period?
Why replace all the analog clocks with digital ones? Isn't it just so much easier to read it? You know? Fine, I shall go digital, but you need to voice it. It is currently 9:33 p.m. on the 26th of August, 2025. It is now time for relaxation. Please lay down. Please close your eyes. Please sleep well. Please have sweet dreams. Please be alerted that I will awaken you at 6:35 a.m. tomorrow. Why? So, technically—
Yeah, look at how much the quality has improved since we started streaming in 2K. That's crazy. That reminds me, I have to dig out the hilarious milk commercials made by our government a few years ago. Post them in Discord. Please do, Yuki. I would love to see those. That's a lot of thousands milk. It is. We need that Tau. I need a Tau voice. I'm fearful of my voice being replicated. But I could do an alarm voice. I could definitely do a voice pack. I could do an alarm clock. And oh, I could talk like that. It is currently 5:43 p.m. on the 4th of the 1st, 2026. I will awaken you at 6:35 a.m. tomorrow. And then I would be like, wake up! Those are the two types of voices you get in your voice pack. Aren't you grateful? You back in Oz? I am, sweetest spider. You can tell because I'm all 3D and tracked, baby. Look at my hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I heard voice pack. I'm listening. Oh, Hazy! Hi, lovely Hazy. It's so good to see you, sweetheart. How are you doing? How has Pokemoning been going? And do you want a voice pack? Do you want a voice pack of mine? Would that please you? Would you like me to wake you up with a scream in the mornings? Good evening, good afternoon pack. Exactly. Good evening pack is nice and soothing right down here. Please sleep well. And then the morning pack is, hey, get up. Get up. Get up! Wake me up! I think I could do that, Hazy. I think I could do that. Are you a hard sleeper? I could just scream, Hazy! Listen, I can be sufficiently annoying when I need to be. You may have noticed. As you have come to enough streams now to realize I am kind of inherently irritating. Hi there, gorgeous Iris. How are you? It feels like I haven't seen you since last year. And you haven't. Welcome in. I haven't seen you either, though, to be fair. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Look, I already scream when I wake up. Usually when I look in the mirror at my bed hair. Wake up, lazy! It's 5 a.m. For real. Call my name and save me from the dark. Ooh, I could scream that for you. Yeah.
I was born on September 22 in the US. So technically I get 2 birthdays. Today is the 22nd in Australia. But that does not technically mean that years ago I was born now. I was actually born tomorrow, which is why tomorrow is like the technical birthday stream, because that is the day I was actually brought onto this earth to give you all heart attacks and
Scare the shit out of me.
So, I haven't played it until
also
now,
why I get 2 birthdays, guys.
Right? Oh. Did you guys see how incredibly smooth that was? I literally just sidestepped that shit
casually
by accident. Wow, that was scary. Okay, and then I ruined it. Yep, that sounds right. Persona 5, but I can only use horse-like personas. Yes, I can only use horse-like personas. Woe is me. Oh no. What about all the hundreds of other personas? Whatever will I do? Persona 5, but I can only use her.
Jinx! I did jinx myself, man.
For those of you who don't know, Mint EXE is my absolutely amazing model mom. She made me. And for you that doesn't know, she isn't Mint! Hi, mommy. Sorry. Hi.
Yay! Thank you for shouting out the magnificent Mint.
No, you were here. For those of you who kick me in the butt, kick me in the butt! I dare you! Do it! Do it! Do it, coward! Fucking do it! She did it.
Sounds like most of my relationships. So smooth at first, and then I ruined it. Oh, sweetheart. I'm sure you're not like the sole reason that relationships end. Hazy, how has your 2026 started off, sweetheart? It's so good to see ya.
This the way? Oh, I think this is the way to one of them. Oh, no, it's dark fuck in here, boy. No!
Part of the voice pack?
Oh my. I was brave. I was brave. I need to.
Been very busy, honestly, but I'm kicking on, and I bet you're kicking butt. I'm very proud of you. Good job. What have you been busy with, if I may ask? Is it like stream stuff, or like sports things, or like general life things? I hope that whatever it is at least enjoyable or productive or something that's gonna make you happy. IRL stuff? Okay, well, I hope that it is stuff that is for the betterment of yourself and not just like you having to deal with other people's shit. Streaming has been a good return so far. That's great, hon. I'm so happy to hear that. It is. Okay, good. Awesome. Excellent. Very happy to hear that. Good, good, good.
Confuse her with the corn as well.
She will not know if she must touch it or eat it.
You did confuse me. I was like, oh shit, edibles. No, sorry, wait, oh my god.
Oh, Jesus.
Edible, flingable. It was the
Eatables. Eatables, Tao!
I need to confuse her with the corn as well.
Everyone said it's like a source like. Everyone said it. That must mean it's true.
What do you think? Would you play a fighting game with me in it? I'm gonna be listening in the background while I do some things. Absolutely, sweetheart. No worries. Thank you so much for dropping in. Thank you for the lurk as well. I really appreciate it. If there's anyone who hasn't subbed to Tao on YouTube yet, please consider doing so. We are closing in on 800 subs. That's true. That's very exciting. I'm very much looking forward to it. And it is free to sub there. Very true, Strap. Very true.
Listen, if anyone ever made a video game with me as the main character, I would absolutely insist that how I drink potions or use packs or what. If I okay, potions, med packs. Slap that shit on. Listen, if anyone.
Oh yeah, but you absolutely must scream "fuck" in it. I will. I don't think that anyone's allowed to hire me if they aren't okay with me saying "fuck."
For those of you who don't know, we have the following commands.
Hello.
This is a good PSA, guys.
Yucky. Yummy. You can actually participate in the stream by tickling your keys. Pushing the buttons that make those words like that. For those of you who don't know.
Also, we have exclamation point money and exclamation point rower now. Yeah, there you go, babe.
Slowly. Or else. Yum yum the hair.
Raw, darling.
Us. Yucky. Boundary doos.
Look, we have tamed the hair. I'm very impressed with us. Cutie Cookie, welcome.
Raw, darling. Raw, darling.
That's some bullshit. You cannot. No. Oh my god. Oh my god. No.
Yum yum.
Oh, I was so pissed, dude. I was so pissed.
I feel like this music is inspired by the Addams Family. What do you think?
Days of the week. Boop, boop. Days of the week. Days of the week. Days of the week. Days of the week. There's Sunday and there's Monday. There's Tuesday and there's Wednesday. There's Thursday and there's Friday. And then there's Saturday. Days of the week. Am I the only one who learned that?
Advance no further.
Guns
in my fantasy game.
You became what you swore to destroy. I am on the dark side now. Dark coffee.
No, actually, I don't like dark coffee. I want mochas. Mochas or dark chocolate. And that are
it.
Oh, it's so gooey and I love.
People seem to love that one. Guns! I just think it's so funny. Guns in my fantasy game! Fuck you! I knew that the stream would transition into a chatting stream. Not saying it's a bad thing, just that after you've been gone for so long, that's what would happen. Yeah, exactly. Tomorrow we'll get into like actual gaming and stuff, but I did want, I mean, this has been great. We've been able to like talk for, I think we talked for the first 3 hours of stream, and then we've just been watching clips. And I did see if you guys wanted to play some Persona today. Voted on clips instead, so that's okay. Mochas, yummy. Coffee, yucky. Exactly, yucky.
It's so squish. Imagine it's got a little face on it. Little face, and you go beep, 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 beep. Little cheeks. Ooh. Ooh. Ah. Forget you saw anything. Vicious strike. Medium physical damage. Powers up after a baton pass, which we haven't done. Fuck! He's immune to the fucking no! Bad! Oh, I hate
This is all you're missing when we don't play Persona. This is my Persona gameplay.
What are you doing? Don't heal it! Bad Morgana! Vicious strike.
I shared the fan art, but with the background now. Amazing, Sedu. Thank you. I will have a look. Nuke! Yeah, that's it. I love your nails, Tao-Chan. Thank you, Yuki! The next time that we do a hand cam stream, I actually have a gift from a friend who is a nail artist, and I am going to put on these nails that she's painted for me that are Tao, like my model, Tao, themed. I actually have them right here. So it's like the stripes on my tummy, my hair with the warata, the T-bones with a reference to the channel, corn kernels, and a corn cob for my nails. And they're so cool, and I cannot wait to put them on. And you guys are gonna go and give her all the attention, aren't you? Very cute. Yeah, they're super cute, Yuki.
Possum is a horror movie? Is it about possums, or is it about like a mutant possum, or a possum that eats people, or a person who eats possum? No, that would be too sad. A person that turns into a possum.
I like the loading
Controls
strat.
possums. All the possums, and then there's like. It's 2:27 for you, Electro! Fuck! Okay, well, it sounds to me like I should stop screaming in your ear. And you should relax, sit back, relax, listen to the dulcet tones, and sleep. Because that's late. That's fucking late. It's 2:27!
Tao ASMR. Yes, indeed. Pos. So there are different type for each nail. Yeah, it's really cool. I'm so excited to show them to you guys.
My reward for being confused. I love it. No, Jesus! Oh my god! Fuck! It's a mimic! It's a mimic! Oh my god, please leave me alone! Oh my god! Fuck! What the shit? Ow!
Clearly, I'm well versed in where winds meet. Very calm.
You have to do stealth Tao. That's what being a true vampire is. You sneakily smooch people on their necks. I can't wait to smooch people on their necks.
I want to suck. It's you.
It's my idea of a good time. No, you have to. Oh, what a funky shape. Oh, please don't fail. Please don't. No. Fuck you. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean you. That was.
I've got you.
Blazer. Slumming it with a Phoenix program.
Dispatch Stram!
It's funny. I see you in trouble, and I just can't help myself.
Okay. Easy, sweetheart. Mommy's here.
Oh, what a funky. Tao, are you an etcetera-maniac or a so on and so forthian? Oh, I think I'm an etcetera-maniac.
Yeah. Fuck, I can't do it.
I say etc.
I was gonna correct myself and be like, old Tao couldn't do it, but now current Tao can.
Say so on and so forth. Tao, are you? It's crazy. Having a Maka just makes me like a little bit, like, you know, kind of. Apparently, having a shot of espresso in a chai latte makes
Specific potion.
Note to self. It's crazy. Having a
Tau blonde banger tiger. Bob's Burgers clip randomly. Ooh, I'm holding that for a while.
Got it. I'm happy now. I mean, you can give me more pals. I'm so happy about that, but I did catch one. Ah! Ooh.
The edits are amazing. Strat makes these so
Let
good.
me make sure that I'm like, I've gotta do my thing where I quadruple save. Yes, that
Oh my
is
god,
correct.
I love this clip because I get to listen to his voice.
Right, okay, definitely saved.
Let's do it.
Oh, let's do it.
I should write something.
You should write something.
I should write something. You should write something.
Just add this.
Yeah, just yes, more voice line. I wish so badly we didn't have a silent pro tag. This guy's got the smoothest, most velvety, pleasant voice to listen to. I love him.
I do love it.
I'll put this here.
I'm a bit sad that we couldn't choose gender in dispatch, but it's still good. It is still good, but yeah, that would be pretty cool. I still have the video of Ren talking. Whenever we finish this game.
Wait, I have an idea. Freeze. Hold on. Oh, no, wrong button. No. Fire arrow. Come here. Come over here. Come to me. Come to me. Yes, you do see me. Come here. Here, fire. Come on. Have I attracted you? Have I tempted you? Explosion.
Hell, this is sick, dude. The combat is so fun in Where Ones Meet.
Shh. Okay, hold on. We're gonna insta kill him again. This is very cool. We just unlocked this technique, so I wanna. Okay, that was dumb.
Just walk up to him.
Can't do it because he's.
How did he hit me?
A few moments later.
Wait. They actually demonstrated from. Nope. Damn it! I'm so fucking bad at stealth, dude. I would like to do my Badoo show before it's time to do the other kind of show at night.
Oh. I didn't even think about how that came across.
Which is to say, Pokemon battles.
What did I join into? Hi, Alex. Welcome in. Good to see you. We're watching our clips from the last year.
I would like to do my Badoo show before. Oh, what are you doing out of the water? Illegal!
It is.
Kill it! This is illegal! Get this away! You little... Oh! Did I get him? Nice.
Stealth is the least of your problems. I think anything with a huge drop off on one side, you should avoid. You've learned that from watching these clips, have you? Yeah, you're probably right.
Nose. Quote. Time to uwuify the master of the universe. I am inevitable, uwu.
Uwu.
Wedded. One woman.
The wives all were the same.
Uwu. The hardest choices require the strongest wills.
Uwu.
Uwu. Reality is often disappointing. Now, reality can be whatever I want. Uwu.
Uwu.
And finally, you should have gone for the head.
Uwu. Such an excellent edit strat. Oh my god. That's it! We've caught up! And it's just in time as well, because I probably have to finish up now. The mistress of the Uwu-universe! Or...
The mistress of the universe.
I'd leap of faith it. Well, you guys, I hope that was a good time, sweethearts. Thank you so much for being here with me. I have really enjoyed going back through some of these clips and universe, that is cute. Isn't that cute? I love that. Let me have a little look. Good trip down memory lane, indeed. And you guys, we're gonna go really quickly before we do raid out. I do want to show you our schedule one more time.
for this week. So we are actually streaming for 6 days in a row, which is awesome. I'm so fucking excited, guys. I cannot articulate how excited I am. Tomorrow, we will be playing Final Fantasy XIV. On Tuesday, it's Pokemon ZA. On Wednesday, we're doing a D&D one-shot with my friends and I, and Sweetest Storm as our DM. On Thursday, we are playing all the way through Dispatch. Here's your warning. I may start earlier than 12 because I think it's going to be about a 10-hour stream, which is long. So if I can start a little bit earlier, it might mean that I get to spend 10 or 15 minutes with Nath that evening. So we'll see. But you guys will be making the major decisions, and beforehand we will be deciding what kind of a Robert we want to play. If you want to play a good Robert, if you want to play a neutral Robert, if you want to play a mean or evil Robert, then we can do that. But all the major decisions you will get to actually vote on. So who we're courting, who we let onto the team or excommunicate from the team. On Friday, we are doing an art stream as usual. However, we are also doing my personal game awards for 2025 out of the games we played. So Strat is going to be putting together a presentation for us of that, which is awesome. Oh, thank you for the care package, Sweetest Spider. On Saturday, I will be off for a little bit. And then on Sunday, we will see you for actually Persona then. We will actually play Persona then. So, I hope you're excited. I'm very excited. Give me just a second. I'm just gonna have a little looky-loo at what's going on Twitch. Before end of stream, can you check the clip in Discord? Oh, sure. Okay, 1 second. Let me have a look. Hold on. Let's see. Best of stream. Load. Why isn't it loading? Hold on. I love a little challenge. Okay, next.
Cow-woo, cow-woo, you whoop, you say woo-woo. The woo-woo, best woo-woo, Tasmanian woo, tiger woo-woo. I certain we can woo.
That's very good. I like that a lot, sweetheart. Excellent. Excellent clipping. Excellent clipping. All right. It was fun. Good to go through them all. Brings back memories. Yeah, and also all of that amazing stuff is, of course, Strat's amazing editing skills. Let me see if anyone is... Amazing stream as usual. I'm so glad you liked it, sweetheart. I had a great time. Is idiotic Robert an option? Because I definitely picked that. Like, the most stupid options, I can totally do that, Alex. The least sensical options. If you guys want me to, make sure you come on in at the start of that stream, and then we can we can put that on the poll. The excited is overwhelming. Nick, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, by the way. Let's have a little look. Who might we go and see here? This is one time I'm happy you haven't checked the DM sooner. I would be too embarrassed. What? Why? Why would you be embarrassed, sweetheart? Never be embarrassed. Not with me. Thank you guys so much for joining me. It took me like 30 minutes to learn how to clip. You did a great job, Nix. It's a perfect clip too, from start to finish. Excellent work. 1 sec. I'm just having a look at, because I'm usually I'm pretty good about finding something that's like relevant to what we've done for stream, like whatever game we've been playing. But I don't know about that today. Do we want to maybe just go and see lovely Effie? She is playing, I think it might be, I think it's a horror game? I'm not really sure, but she's rated us a couple of times when I was over in the States, so I would like to give her a little bit of support, so I think we might go see her. But firstly, thank you for the head pat, Valiant Vash. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, sweetie pie. Thank you so much for the stream, Tao-chan. I was smiling the whole time and I needed that. Yuki, sweetheart, It is a pleasure to have had you. Thank you for spending so much time with us, darling. I hope that you feel much better. I know you're sickies. All right, cuties. Well, I will see you tomorrow. I would say that you will get your schedule soon, but the schedule is already posted. So if you want to know what time it is, for the whole week, we got it on Discord, we got it on Twitter, we got it on Blue Sky. So yeah, I hope I'll be able to see you. Cutie Pies, we will be playing Final Fantasy XIV tomorrow. You're more than welcome to join. And if you choose to, you can also join our free company, the Pouch Pal free company. All right, darlings. Well, if you are off to do something, like going to bed, then I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, however, I hope it is the best ever. Let's see. I'm just gonna put, like, no, hold on. There we go. We're gonna see gorgeous Effie. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tell you what, I cannot wait. All right, love you very much, miss you very terribly, and let's test out our credits real quick. Bye-bye. 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 Yummy.